stream. First time I'm actually trying something like this. I had a positive reception on Reddit. So, yeah, BR6 games are going on. They're starting anytime now. The first match is going to be Black Dragons versus Pain. After that, we're going to have Immortals versus Liquid. So the second game in particular should be one hell of a match. The first game will really be a measure of just how capable Black Dragons is. I believe, check the standings. Yep, Black Dragons is still very much in the running to get into the top four. They're just 3 points behind Nip, so a win today would tie them with Nip. I don't know who has the tiebreaker between the two teams, so they're tied exactly. Okay. So yeah, in round 6, the two teams split their maps. Okay, so yeah, and then they don't play again until round 13. So this match is very important if Black Dragons wants to take the spot of Nip. Pain, of course, is just going to be trying to stave off that relegation spot, and we'll see if they're able to do so. But yeah, little about myself real quick. I go by an RX on the internet, Omar in real life. Not really. I've never really done casting heavily myself. I've been practicing a lot on my own, but never officially in a esports capacity. So this will be my first time, and I hope you bear with me on this experiment. Mic quality is gonna not be so hot. I'm not getting a new mic until Monday or Tuesday, but it should be a lot better after that. So there's the standings. As you can see, FaZe in the lead, 19 points, 1 point ahead of Liquid, who are close on their heels. Int's actually in third place, surprisingly enough. They've had a good run so far in BR6. Of course, they do have the advantage of having a game in hand over Black Dragons and Immortals. However, Immortals with only 8 points, they're struggling a bit in BR6 compared to Pro League, where they've had a dominant performance. So the match will probably be getting on soonish. I wish I could give you more filler conversation, but I'm neither as heavily in the BR6 scene as these guys are. I've tried to watch a few different matches, but I'm also a non-Portuguese speaker. I only speak English. Well, no, I don't only speak English, but the other language I speak isn't valid to these streams. So, but regardless, I'm as a result less familiar with the scene, and part of me doing these casts is because it's a niche that I saw that I would like filled for myself, and then I decided, why not do it, because I've been interested in casting for a while now. So we're getting into the map ban phase, and it looks like we're going to be on Bank and Border. Black Dragons has had quite a bit of upward momentum this season in particular. Definitely trying to vie for... They're pretty contently in top 5 in Brazil as far as Pro League goes. and they're definitely trying to break into that top 4 slot next season, if not potentially going to land. Bans are coming out now. Pain Gaming is going to start with a Nomad ban. Nothing too surprising, especially on a map like Bank. Nomad is, of course, powerful on just about any map, but on maps like Bank, where there's a limited number of rotates for the defenders if they want to go for any flanks, being able to just cordon those off with a quick air jab allows your defense to roam so much more effectively, and a lot of teams will just comfort ban because they don't want to deal with it. Black Dragons will ban out Hibana. That'll make that basement defense a little bit more protected. It's going to force the Mav pick, which will slow down the offense slightly and allow for those hatch plays to be a bit more potent and viable. The Echo ban, of course, coming out because Echo gets banned all the time, especially in Brazil. And we're going to be finishing off with the Clash ban. A bit of an outside pick from Pain, but we've seen a lot of teams enjoy running Clash on Bank, especially on a Blue Stairs hold, as well as a top floor hold where you can contest that janitor hallway quite efficiently and effectively just by having that shield. Part of it may also be comfort from Pain, but I think it is more of a strategic ban there. Black Dragons are going to be teasing that Finka immediately. We'll see if they decide to stick it, as most often you'll see Finka get 6-picked into it. Indeed, they'll 6-pick away from the Finka to the Thatcher. Not a ton of utility for Thatcher to clear on this top floor attack, but he will be good in getting rid of some of those goo mines and potentially spotting out of Valcam by disabling it and making it grow bright blue for a bit. But I believe they were more so concerned about potential Kaed play in case they were going basement or the like, or mute jammers set up and all. But nevertheless, Thatcher, he'll still bring a good enough amount of utility to the team to not necessarily make him a wasted pick. Castle, of course, coming out from the side of Pain Gaming for this top floor attack. A good call to not pick that straight off the bat, instead to 6-pick into the castle, try and hide the fact that you want to go for a top floor, and potentially catch Black Dragons off guard, especially because Black Dragons doesn't actually have a lot of soft destruction to deal with those castle barricades. They have the Zofia for some of that range, and that's about it. We could see Mav poke some holes in it, but especially on these top floor holes where you set it up on those penta windows, he's not going to be accomplishing too much by being able to get close and burn a hole in it. By the time you can get the map to that position, you've probably gained a ton of map control because it is a very hard spot to get him, especially this corridor here. If you're mapping that open, you're not doing much of anything. That said, looks like the Zofia's impacts will be used to clear out the 2 castle barricades set up in that corridor, open up those windows for better play. And it looks like we're going to see Hugzord playing on the windows, trying to see if he can get any picks, as well as Moringa praying from across. Drones are going to be set up in square, as we'll likely see the Thermite push in there shortly, possibly with assistance from the Jackal and the Zofia to get those walls opened up, and potentially go for default plants on the A-bomb site. Bit of a slower start to the round, as Pain didn't invest in a ton of roam presence per se, so the clear isn't as necessary. So the huge focus is going to be on this execute attempt. Looks like that might have been a failed impact trick from the castle, as the Thermite will breach his way in. Hugzord and Moringa still trying to find some picks from these windows, but so far to no avail. Hugzord's going to shoot open a little bit of a hole to increase his line of sight. The castle will be spotted out by Hugzord, though, and he'll get a pick, as well as PZD. 2 kills for Black Dragons. With a minute left in the round, they have gotten the 2 picks they wanted. Pings are coming out for Moringa, so he can try and get this long angle and lock down GCR's position. PZD, meanwhile, holding the potential flank up from the west corner, and he'll see the Legion and get a kill on that flank. That is 3 picks for Black Dragons. And it looks like PCD is going for another one. He knows the Mira's position. Her Mira window has been open. Spawns will get a refag before being shot himself. And it's all up to Revolt. He'll be quickly taken down by PCD. Black Dragons will close out the first attack in fairly dominant faction. A very methodical attack, slow going at the beginning, but the moment the execute started going down, they just got pick after pick as Pain fell apart. So, nothing too of note in Pain's defensive setup there. However, as a result of not necessarily investing a ton of their own presence, which isn't always the bad call. I mean, Bank is a map that will help your roamers a lot, but it looked like they really just wanted to catch them off, catch Black Dragons off guard on that top floor hold. But Black Dragon still had enough tools to effectively manage it, and they got picked early on, or not early on, but they got picked as the execute was going down on site, and the defense fell apart. Black Dragons remaining patient, not charging in too quickly, making sure they had the map control they thought they had, but not necessarily wasting too much time on a potential clear, just holding up, setting up their angles, and denying any flank or push attempts from Pain Gaming to spell disaster. This is, of course, going to prompt Pain Gaming to rotate downstairs to do a basement defense. Pulse is going to come out from Pain Gaming this time. We'll see if Revolts is going to be playing inside of Gold. The standard location for Pulse is on this site to feed out information to your smoke and to your C4s, which in this case will be in the hands of just Revolts and Spawns. Spawns is going to be playing aggressively inside of the servers right now, trying to contest and waste the time of any attackers who attempt to push in and take control of the server early on. Moringa, though, has gotten control of the elevator corridor and will just be holding the top of the stairs for a second as he now pushes in to start opening the hatches. This is why Black Dragons banned out the Hibana, because it does slow down these hatch takes, but it looks like they were confident in Moringa's ability to still be effective and open things up. Moringa, though, will spot out a black eye that was potentially giving away his position before returning to safely work on this hatch. Jackal pings are coming out, so good use of utility by the Jackal to try and isolate one of the defenders. I believe that might be... No, I'm not actually sure who that is. Meanwhile, GDN and Hugzord have dropped down to underneath square as Moringa finishes opening up the hatch. He spots out the legs of one and will lit up Spawn with a single bullet, but the Valk will be able to escape with most of her health. Revolts has now pushed into Gold Vault to try and relay information to his team, and FK1 is going to be playing these long angles to stop any potential garage side flanks. Moringa checking for any ADSs, but will accidentally flash himself in the process. Hugsort, it looks like, did spot out another black eye, so they'll open that up as GDN starts to work on the wall so that they can begin the utility game that is this basement attack. Try and burn out the smoke canisters and the nitrocells on the side of Pain Gaming. Spawn's sitting here prepped with a nitrocell, but he hears a drone and shoot it out. They have an ADS set up in red, which is actually an interesting decision. It prevents them from smoking up red or chucking nades in there. A good placement of that ADS. C4 will go out and not connect with anything, but only 25 seconds left in the round. Things are looking a bit dire for Black Dragons as they're going to have to really start working on this push. Another C4 will go out, not connect with anything, but Norden will land the first shot onto Panico. That is your Jackal and smokes off the board. As GDN gets down, PZD will refrag onto Norden, but FK1 will take down Hugzord. Revolts will take down PZD. GCR will take down Moringa, and GDN will bleed out as a result. A good defense from Pain, stalling out quite a bit of time, and ultimately Black Dragons had to push into the site at the last moment and could never get a plant or anything out of it. That'll equalize the scores at 1-1. So Pain will now return back to this top floor hold. They were unsuccessful last time, so they're going to actually swap the castle away and put revolts onto the dock. Likely trying to hold some of that that janitor and elevator hallway up top. Position we've seen Kanto and Jarvis play quite frequently in EU and NA respectively. I'm curious whether it looks like the dock has actually elected to run barbed wire, relying on the Maestro to give him intel down that hallway instead of bringing the camera himself. But it looks like for now he's going to actually be set up inside of meeting. Of course, we might also see the dock take the ACOG and intel to contest Moringa playing on those west side windows as he did before. Spawns is actually going to be deep on a roam this time. And the Finko will come out from Black Dragons this attack. A good call, honestly, to bring out the Finko when you know they're not going to be basement anymore, as Finko will hurt your planting attempts on a site as utility-focused as basement because of the extra damage smoke is able to do while your Finko boosted. Once again, a methodical approach coming out from the side of Black Dragons. We saw it win them around one round and slow them down too much on the second round. But we'll see if they're able to repeat their luck this time on this attack. Panic spotting out the Maestro, but just unable to get the angle lined up to gun him down. Good drone placement here, as this will also serve as a nice flank drone, and it'll spot out the legs of another player, I believe. That is the Legion of GCR down below, so his position has also been given away, and indeed Panicle will see his legs, and just hold that angle in case GCR tries to rotate once again. But every time GCR goes by, Panicle pulls off. Two are just playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, as GCR knows that Panico is there. Panico knows that GCR is there. He wants this kill, but so far no well. Nice Black Eye coming out from the Valkyrie of Spawns, and that'll be feeding a lot of information on this red side take from Black Dragons. But a minute left in the round, and not much action has actually occurred. Hugzord is going to be prepping a nade to try and bounce in and deal with any defenders, which will be the smoke of Norden, who'll just be gunned down by Hugzord as he ill-advised peek there on the north windows. Walls have been opened up, and it looks like Panico is waiting for GCR to push up these stairs. He knows that the Legion is positioned, or perhaps he doesn't. They spot out the Maestro, but do they know the Legion has actually rotated onto the stairs himself? Pings will be coming out onto the Maestro as they continue this west side push into the B bomb site, a reverse of the push they employed last time they attacked this site. 20 seconds left on the round though, so the execute will have to be coming out quite quickly, as quite a few players on both sides have been lit up. FK1 will be down, but GCR will get a kill onto Moringa with a goo mine. FK1 has also been downed, and it's all going to be up to GCR and Spawns. Ping's coming out, but Spawns unable to connect to Nitrocell is now left in a 1v4 retake situation. His position compromised by the C4 toss. Things are looking grim for the Valkyrie of Spawns. He's going to have to clutch out this round if he wants to take the lead for his team. Hoping at least some members of Black Dragons get a bit aggressive and peek these stairs just a bit wide so that he can get a quick frag, but he won't see anyone. No one gives his head, and he's going to be just forced to push up this red stairwell if he wants to have any hope of taking this round. He spots out the head of one player, but unable to land the shots through the railings, and he'll just be gunned down without getting a single frag. PZD, another kill to close out the round, and Black Dragons will go up 2-1. Two successful attacks on the top floor, one failed attack onto the basement site. Excellent drone work coming out from the side of Black Dragons to just feed information to their team. And that's where Panico, Hugzord, and PZD were just able to excel and get all the picks they needed. We're going to see, however, Pain are going to stick with the CEO hold. They have lost this hold twice. So they're bringing out some adaptations, the Castle and the Mirror this time, as opposed to the Legion and the smoke, as well as they've also brought the Jaegers. So they've actually swapped up their lineup pretty heavily, as we saw the Legion, the Smoke, and the Dock all removed from this top floor hold. Capitao, though, coming out on the side of Black Dragons in place of the Maverick. PCD leading the charge in the game with 6 kills, and not really anyone too hot on his heels right now. We'll see if Norden elects to do the same castle setup he tried in the first round, or if he wants to, and he will set up the same one. This is to try and cut down the angles from north windows. Of course, the Zofia of PCD was able to take out the castle barricades without too much trouble quite early on last time. They have some ADSs set up, however, that'll hopefully catch any lifelines that the Zofia uses, and they'll have to expend stun grenades or potentially try and get it with a Thatcher EMP in order to actually clear out those windows. Moringa electing to run the M249, which has seen a tremendous increase in its pick rate since the addition of this new scope. And Hugzord's EMP will unfortunately roll off the window, as he was indeed trying to get that ADS, but unfortunately, just no luck there. 2 of Zofia's lifelines will be chewed up, causing her to use 3 just to clear out the castle barricades. An excellent waste of utility on the part of Norden, if nothing else. It cost the attackers 1 EMP and 3 of Zofia's lifelines. Moringa will be once again set up on these west windows. It seems regardless of which operator he is on, he will be playing these windows for these attacks. GCR on a deep roam downstairs, hoping to catch any unaware attackers on a potential late round flank. He'll start coming up blue now, and it looks like he might also be contesting a square presence. However, Black Dragons has done a good job of setting up their flank drones. We saw one on the other skylight stairs earlier that was feeding Panico all the information he needed on the locations of the Legion and the Maestro. Hugzord will be playing onto these north windows, trying to get some nice early picks here as well, once again, and just lock down the defenders' positions, as they know he'll be playing here and will not be able to rotate as freely as they'd like as a result. GDN has worked his way all the way up to Penta windows, as once again they're going to be going for this west side take. Norden will get the first frag of the round onto Panico. That is the Jackal, and 1 set of Black Dragon smokes off the board. A good pick for Pain Gaming to try and win this round. FK1 will be contesting any pushes from the elevator sides, as Hugzord is still unable to find anyone in his crosshairs. Norden will get another kill of the round onto PZD. That's 2 for Norden on the castle. Hugzord will spot out 1 player and light up Revolts quite a bit, but unable to finish the Mira off. She will escape with about 60 health as GCR gets the 3rd pick of the round onto Moringa. Pain looking in a great fashion, while Hugzord may have sight control. Diffusers with GDN, who will get a pick onto GCR as he works to join the Thatcher and start the plant. Hugzord with a beautiful shot onto FK1 and another onto Spawns. Norden will get 1 onto GDN, and Revolts will finish off Hugzord, keeping Pain in the game, but Hugzord and GDN going huge trying to recover what looked to be a completely lost round. Most likely, however, Pain will now swap off of the... Looks like we might have a tac timeout coming out. Unfortunately, I'm unable to hear the official cast. Indeed, we will have a tactical timeout. And it might actually be a technical time. No, it is a tactical timeout, as Pain will now regroup with their coach, as will Black Dragons. Pain has now unsuccessfully defended the top floor hold 3 times. They've tried to make a lot of minor adaptations here and there to adjust it. The first round, they didn't have any real roam presence. The next 2, they corrected for that. Then the second round, they completely modified their lineups, realizing that the smoke wasn't working. They wanted those castle barricades once again to waste utility, burn some time, but ultimately, despite Or sorry, they won the third round. My mistake. And that's gonna put Pain in a 3-2 round, but they're now gonna have to decide what are the next two sites. Do they want to attempt this site again in the sixth round, or do they want to move on somewhere else? Pain's going to be looking to try and take this half, as they have tied it up 2-2. And they want to try and walk away with the advantage on a banked defense. Glass is going to be the adaptation coming out from the Black Dragons, as Panicle will swap off of the Jackal onto the Glass. And a mute coming out from Pain Gaming is also a first, as Spawns will now swap over to the Pulse role that Revolts had been playing before, and Revolts will take up the Mute. The Valkyrie no longer on the table for Pain, so a lot of that intel won't be available to them anymore. However, previously Black Dragons were able to spot out most of those Black Eyes without even having an IQ on the board. So it's likely Pain ran into that, realized that their Black Eye placements weren't quite having the effect they wanted to, thanks to the excellent drone work being shown by Black Dragons tonight. And so they're just going to elect to bring a different set of C4 that can deny the intel and the drone work that Black Dragons has been employing. They want to slow down Black Dragons' pushes even more, as they've been winning on time on a lot of these rounds. Even some of the rounds that Black Dragons was able to take away, they were executing with 30, 20 seconds left on the clock. Pain reading into that is going to try and slow down the droning even further, deny the intel, and make Black Dragons significantly more hesitant on their pushes with this mute. And of course, the shotgun will allow for some more manipulation of the site, and depending on where the mute decides to play, he can take a lot more close quarters engagement, such as the top of blue stairs. Moringa's going to flash himself for the second time in this match, as he works his way into open area. Hugzord will be joining him. And he's going to actually be dropping some C4s above where they've probably located out mute jammers down below. The radius, of course, of those EMPs is quite effective at clearing out utility both above and below it. ADSs that GCR was playing behind will be taken out, and PZD has a drone on the Jaeger's position. They know exactly where he is. The Jaeger is going to spot out that drone as he tries to retreat down, and Blue Stairs control will be forfeited a minute 30 into the round, but Black Dragon still hasn't realized that they now have the control they wanted, as a full site rotation will come out from the side of Pain Gaming for the second half of this round. The Smoke of Norden set up all the way back to just throw his smoke canisters into default plant and deny it, likely being fed that information by Spawns' Pulse, who indeed will be at gold fault. Thermite charge will be set onto the default wall at this point in order to allow for the push, this north side wall. And Moringa is just going to be playing both of these hatches, trying to prevent defenders from rotating in and out and denying the plant. First smoke canister is going to go out to deny the plant and cause the thermite of GDN to just fall off. And the utility game has truly begun. Spawns is reeling out all of this information to his team. C4 is prepped, it'll be thrown out, and GDN will manage to escape with just a sliver of his health. 25 seconds left in the round as the utility game continues to go. Spawns will now have to tag in himself with a C4. As a player, the Glass will just jump through the smoke, take down Norden with the pistol. C4 will go out onto GDN, so Pain will walk away from that engagement in the lead. Revolts will get another shotgun kill, and two for him onto Hugzord and PZD, leaving Moringa in a 1v4 clutch situation with 2 seconds on the clock. He's not going to get it, an impactless frag onto Revolts. And Pain will take the lead for the first time in this match. Pain is now guaranteed that they can walk away from the defensive split at a 50-50. Of course, I'm sure they were going to want it to be higher than that, as Bank is a map that defense has a lot of power, a lot of control over. And they're not going to want to walk away with just a 50-50 and then have to gamble on the strength of their attacks. They're likely hoping to close this out at least a 4-2 split. I'm sure Black Dragons, on the other hand, will be very happy if they can manage to pull out this last round, as we now see Pain go to a Teller's defense on this middle floor. The Kaid finally being brought out by FK1 despite being left unbanned. They did not choose to bring him on those top floor, or on those, basement defenses, despite the potential hatch Kaiding that you can do with the Electro Claw, likely as a read on the consistent Thatcher being run by Black Dragons, as well as the Maverick, both of whom will just ignore Kaid's Electro Claw's setup on hatches. Pain has spread actually quite heavily into this open area side hold, which is likely why they brought the Electro Claws to also defend those hatches. We don't see many teams go into this open area side hold, as it tends to be fairly risky due to the number of attacker avenues that they have to just enter here and take care of any defensive presence. Meanwhile, Black Dragons will drop the Glass as it didn't accomplish much for them, and Panico will go back onto the Jackal, and Moringa's going to be on the sledge for this attack. Panico taking a little bit of damage as he trades gunfire with one player, I believe FK1, on Pain Gaming through just a small hole he wasn't wary of on that open area window. GCR once again on one of these deep roams, but Panico likely to have relayed that information on his drone, as at the very least the Vigil's cloaking gave away someone playing on those stairs. Revolt's just pulsing out to see if any vertical control is being exerted by the members of Black Dragons. Indeed, a lot of them have set up here. EMPs go out to deal with the Electro Claws as Black Dragons decides to just 100% take this open area, forcing a rotate from all the members of Pain. With over half the round to go, they'll sacrifice the open area they invested so much utility and time in. GCR hoping to just get a narrow pick onto people playing in square. I believe he might have spotted out one or two players, but unable to connect any shots and does not want to give away his position. Now that Black Dragons has the top floor control that they wanted, we're likely to see Moringa start opening things up above the site itself. Panico will get the first pick of the round onto Nord, and that is the smoke off the table. A huge pick for Black Dragons to begin their ingress onto the site, as the most valuable anchor has been removed. FK1 will be brought down to half health, as he will be droned out once again. And an 8 will be prepped, roll to where FK1 was, but he's no longer there. You'll get a pick onto Moringa before PZD will trade it off. Spawns getting another kill onto Panico will bring things into a 3v3. Hugzord will spot out GCR and take him down, thanks to PZD relaying that information, and it is now a 3v2 in Black Dragons' favor. But Spawns and PZD will have a perfect trade, leaving Revolts in a 1v2 situation. 20 seconds on the board, no C4, he's just going to have to take the gunfights with the UMP of the Pulse. He'll spot out one player, but to no avail, as Hugzord will finish out the round. Black Dragons will tie up the half, as they now go on to their own defensive set. If I remember correctly by the map bans, this is Black Dragons' map pick, so they are definitely hoping to close out this map at the very least, and then hopefully win out another round against Pain on the next map, as this match will tie them for 4th place with Ninjas in Pajamas for BR6. And that's where they want to be, so that if Ninjas in Pajamas or any other teams drops down, they can get into those playoff spots. Black Dragons running a fairly default setup on this basement hole, bringing the Mira, the Smoke, and the Maestro, as well as the Jaeger's ADSs and the denial capabilities of Moringa on that mute. Pain, however, will have a very different lineup than we've seen ran this entire match. We see the Buck come out for the first time, and the Glass first round being brought for these pushes. I'm curious to see how exactly Pain intends to use this Buck, as there's not a lot of soft destruction vertical control that Buck can acquire. His nades will, of course, be useful to the team, but other than that, there's not a whole lot for him to do on this attack. Perhaps Pain was expecting a top floor hold from Black Dragons, but nevertheless, this lineup still has the flexibility and the tools to deal with quite a lot of whatever Black Dragons attempts to throw their way. We can see Panico way out in the distance set up in the garage to deny any ingress from that avenue of attack, which we often see late flanks come out from attackers. And here's why they brought the Buck. It's to open up these blue stairs, give that longer angle to contest the player playing within, and potentially roll in any frag grenades to deal with Moringa on the mute. And it doesn't look like he actually has any ADSs set up to protect him. This could be a precarious spot if the attackers are able to drone this out, but the mute jammer will help him. And actually, sorry, there is an ADS set up, so he will have the protection he wants. Mute will see the drone that was attempting to drone him out. His position has been completely compromised, but it's still a very powerful spot to just sit in. Norden's going to be wary of attempting to go for any thermiting for a little while now, because the mute could at any moment pop out. They don't have the intel on his exact location, and he doesn't want to get gunned before he's able to take down that essential northern wall. But a full rotate's going to come out from the side of Black Dragons as the hatch gets taken down. And Moringa is just going to be playing aggressively to take out the Maverick, opening up the hatch. That is Spawns playing there. Moringa daringly peeking these holes, trying to land some shots, but unable to connect any, with Spawns giving away his position and forcing him to completely rotate back. A peculiar, or not peculiar, but a different setup from this mirror window, as we typically only see the top half of that soft wall shot out to allow for a direct vault onto that desk. Spawns is going to spot out the feet of the mirror, but does not fire down any shots, allowing the mirror to safely rotate up to the cover of those boxes. However, only 36 seconds left, and not a lot has occurred. The smoke canisters are going to be stalling out this push. C4's prep from both the mute and the mirror, and Pain is going to have to really waste the utility. They do still have that Glass, who can be quite a threat in the last seconds of this round, depending on how the smoke canistering goes down. Indeed, he will smoke off the mirror window as well as the rotate holes. Spawn's going to be trying to fire some shots down on a hug zone. He'll take him down to half health, but a C4 and a smoke will connect to kill apiece. Glass will try and fire back, downing the mirror, but the rest of his team will get taken down around him, as he will too. Black Dragons closing out the round in impressive fashion, and they're going to go up now 4-3, winning the first defensive round. Looks like we're going to be seeing another tactical timeout coming out. This one is likely called by Black Dragons. Unfortunately, as I also have no sound on, I can't tell you who called these timeouts, but my guess would be that Black Dragons called this one and Pain called the previous one. Black Dragons, after they have the momentum, is going to want to figure out their approach for the next site to try and hold it out and gain more of a lead, because they need every point they can get here. They need to defeat Pain, because Pain is one of the teams they should be beating. And if they can't defeat Pain, they're not going to getting into those top 4 spots, as the BR6 season is getting quite close to its end. I believe there are 4 more playdays left in the season, and if they want to go to those playoffs, they need to get into that top 4. Pain, of course, will also be using this time to regroup, figure out their approach, and push into effectively to try and pull back this next round on another attack, be ready for another basement attack whenever the site rotation comes back, and hopefully close out the first map. Because both these teams want to walk away with 3 points, and to do that, you have to win both maps. Revolt's able to down out the Mira, but he'll be gunned down by GDN, unfortunately, in that engagement, missing just a bit too many of his shots and allowing the Mira to survive, however, barely. Top floor hold will be coming out from Black Dragons now. They do not elect to bring the castle that we saw so instrumental in a lot of Pain's defenses of this site. Instead, they will have the Mira. So she'll be likely setting up inside of conference room and possibly janitor to contest a lot of different ingresses from the attack from either janitor side or the red lobby stairs. Deployable shield set up in the second floor corridor, though, is going to be effective at allowing possibly Panico on the Maestro or even Hugzord himself to play up by the elevators. And indeed, it looks like it's Hugzord who's going to be just living inside of the elevator with an ADS and the hatch taken out below him, hoping to be a nuisance for any attackers trying to clear out. Surprisingly, we'll see our first Ash of the round as Spawns will swap onto the Ash. Despite not having an ACOG, it looks like we're going to have Spawns set up on these west windows, hoping to gun down any carefree defenders. It looks like he's looking for a camera, and he might have spotted out the black guy he was looking for. Unable to see exactly, and without sound cues, it's hard to always tell when something's been shot, but I believe he got a Valkyrie that had likely been drawn on, in which case, very good droning coming out from Pain Gaming, or perhaps that was intel they've acquired on VOD reviews of Black Dragon's playstyle. Nevertheless, getting rid of that Valkyrie camera so early on will prove effective. GCR getting himself positioned inside of tellers to start opening things up. He has the pings on a single defender's locations, but is unable to land the shot. He does spot him out, and the smoke of GDN will be brought down to half health. Good communication coming out from the side of Pain Gaming to give GCR that information. Spawns will get a pick onto Moringa as he just charges in and takes down PZD as well. Looks like both players were actually in open area. Nevertheless, a huge 2K for the Ash will blow this round wide open for Pain and put Black Dragons on a significant back foot. Hugzord will finally get the trade onto Spawns, breaking things into a 3v4 with a minute left in the round. GDN will get a kill onto FK1, but Norden is there for the trade. As GCR spots the head of this Jaeger and deletes him through the wall, that's Hugzord off the table, leaving Panico in a 1v3 situation. He's going to have to try and rotate all the way up to Janitor as the plant is going down. Now, he does have information with pings on the locations. Tries to spray through the wall, but GCR will be there to shut him down. And Pain, still in the fight, will tie things out 4-4. So both teams really struggling on these top floor holds as it's had a abysmal success rate so far in this match. Early picks seem to constantly be coming out in favor of the attackers, and from there, momentum just steamrolls. Ash being allowed to walk into open area and get a two-piece basically cost Black Dragons the round. Now, GDN and Hugzor tried to recover what little they could of the round, but ultimately, it was too little, too late, leaving Panico in that 1v3 situation we just saw. GCR, though, did land a beautiful shot on the Jaeger's position, realizing where the Jaeger was likely to have retreated to after missing those shots through the small peek hole that had been made. Unlike Pain Gaming, Black Dragons is going to elect to not reattempt the top floor hold, instead going straight to tellers. Probably the wiser decision, as we saw how many attempts it took Pain just to get that hold right, and it can be argued that perhaps if they hadn't focused so heavily on that top floor, they'd have walked away from the half with more than just a 3-3 split. Still, even though top floor hasn't been successfully defended, we will of course see a huge investment in the top floor, as is fairly necessary to adequately hold this site. After all, if attackers are allowed free roam, especially with operators like Buck on the table of that top floor, the number of picks it can line up from above and force your anchors out of the commonly held defensive positions is an insurmountable challenge for the defenders to truly overcome. So they're going to want to contest Pain for as long as possible to limit the number of holes and avenues that the attackers can create up above to shut down the defenders down below. GCR, though, has worked his way into square, and he sees the side. It looks like instead of going above, he might be aggressively pushing in, trying to catch these defenders off guard. Indeed, a nade is getting cooked, and it'll be thrown out, but not connected with anything, as I think an ADS might have even caught it off. You'll see one player, though, and that's GDN on the ground. You'll take a little bit of damage in the engagement, but a good early pick coming out for Pain will cost Black Dragons a C4, and GCR getting another kill onto Hugzord, leaving Black Dragons once again in a 3v5 situation. Both FK1 and GCR have been taken low, but nevertheless, a good start for Pain to try and take the lead once more and bring themselves up 5-4. Moringa will exchange shots with, I believe, Norden on the Thermite, but is unable to land any. And the Zofia is now going to be alerted to his position as she tries to ingress in. Panico getting the first kill for Black Dragons onto GCR, finishing him off. But Norden will get the trade onto Panico, keeping things in a 2v4 for Black Dragons. Moringa lined up to take down the Zofia. He'll land the shots on FK1. And another onto Revolts. Moringa going huge to bring this round into a 2v2. Meanwhile, PZD is there to get down Norden. And it's all up to Spawns in a 1v2. Spawns does have site control, but he doesn't have Diffuser. And both members of Black Dragons are way off. Moringa, though, has been alerted to the likely positions of Spawns. And indeed, he'll be set up to see the Ash. He'll fire off some shots, unable to connect them, as both players will just take one bullet's worth of damage. However, Moringa is able to heal himself back up. PZD has rotated, watching the other entrance into the site for Spawns' potential rotate around, and Moringa gets his third kill of the round onto Spawns, bringing things back into a 4v4 for Black Dragons. What looked like a round that they had completely lost was saved off of the lobby plays of that dock. Moringa just set up in the perfect position and landing all of his shots to close out the round. GCR with an impressive two-piece here was able to open things wide, but ultimately that's all they were able to do, as Moringa just in the perfect position with either the intel or the game sense to get both those kills right away and then win his 1v1 with Spawns, as his support was low on health and far off. If Pain won any hope of winning this match, they're going to have to take this round, as Black Dragons is just one round away from forcing the draw. This time, however, we will see the Coyotes brought out for this basement hold, so likely to just try and slow down Pain's ingress. However, Pain has brought the Ying this time. In addition to the glass, the two are going to be able to spearhead their way through. The Buck not really working out for them on this basement side attack, as there's not a whole lot Buck can do other than open up that blue stairs and try and deny whichever player is set up there. The Ying, of course, is going to be a lot more effective in just burning her way into the site and creating an opening for the rest of your attackers to flow in from. And with the glass in coordination with the Ying, the amount of disruption on the table for Pain Gaming is quite high, and we even have those Zofia lifelines. Unfortunately for Black Dragons, the round they decided to go Coyote, they have actually dropped the Jaeger they brought on the last defense of this site, which could spell disaster. But we see another open area investment coming out from the side of Black Dragons, hoping to slow down the attack of Pain, if nothing else. A peculiar decision, as you don't typically see this much of a top floor presence, at least not in the open area, from defenders trying to hold this site. Moringa has taken a little bit of damage, but nothing to make too much note of. What is interesting is on that slug shotgun, Moringa is elected to run the hollow side instead of the ACOG it gets. With how rare ACOGs can be on the defensive side, choosing not to run it is a bit of a questionable decision, but likely based more on comfort than anything else. FK1 will draw out the position of the mute and will fire down some shots, but is unable to connect any, and that's Hugzord being able to escape with his life. The Valkyrie's position is likely compromised inside of... Well, no, it doesn't actually seem like FK1 is aware of the position, as he's going to just start trying to push into open area and onto the stairs. This could spell disaster if PCD is able to push up, but it doesn't matter, as Hugzord will cut him down. Despite having the support of PCD though falls off, allowing Spawns to get a kill onto Hugzord, and Spawns to get another onto Moringa. And Pain Gaming will now have the man advantage. Spawns, though, is there for the trade, and we're going to see things go back into a 3v3 as these two teams just can't seem to shake one another. Spawn's still there on this top floor roam, but one C4 down leaves it only up to the smoke canisters in the hands of GDN. The Ying will try and push in, but be quickly cut down by Panico. And now the Glaz will have to use the smokes. He'll see Panico and get the trade, leaving things in a 2v2. PZD will get one shot onto Norden with the pistol, and GDN will wrap things up with a shotgun to the chest of the Glaz. Doesn't matter if he's hiding in smoke. If the shotgun pellets just spread out and wipe him out. And that means that Black Dragons are guaranteed 1 point. Well, sorry, this isn't Pro League rules. Are guaranteed a draw, at the very least, in this match. Now, bear in mind, BR6 works in a in a 2-map format per play day. Teams that win both maps get 3 points. Thank you, Glennis. I appreciate the feedback. As always, guys, if you have any feedback, feel free to tell me it. During the actual action in the rounds, I'm not going to be commenting on comments, but in between, I definitely will be reading them, and I'll probably be checking them out later if I check back on the bot. So feel free to leave any comments and the like. But anyway, we're now going to be entering into the next round. Black Dragons are going to be hoping to close things out as they need all 3 of those points to catch up to Nip on the standings. If they only draw this match, the maximum they can hope for is 2 points. We're going to see the top floor hold come out from the side of Black Dragons this time. They have been unsuccessful on this top floor hold and have brought a fair lineup swap this time as a result, electing to bring the Legion in place of the Mira, as well as the Valkyrie, who I don't believe was in play last time either. Pain Gaming is going to put GCR back onto the Buck, as opposed to the Ying, as the Ying didn't really have much of an impact on that basement attack, while his Buck has been showing up quite a lot in this entire match. Revolts and Spawns and FK1 and Norden will be sticking on their roles for the time being. And Moringa with a very aggressive run out onto Spawns. Knowing how the Ash likes to play, he'll just charge out a garage, get the headshot, and that's going to put Black Dragons in a great position, as they'll be in a 5v4 within the first minute of the round, forcing Pain to slow down quite heavily on this take. As we see, he had PCD there to support him, so if any player tried to take down the Legion, PCD would be there for the refrag, if nothing else. And now Moringa and PCD are going to just run out, Moringa spots one, or PZD spots one, and with a C4, he'll take down Norden. That's Diffuser on the ground. Moringa's going to be watching for any ingresses. They have a lot of information, actually, thanks to that Valcam that wasn't spotted out on Square Skylight. A very aggressive start from Black Dragons to this round, and it seems to be just what they needed. FK1, though, will get the pick onto Moringa, but PZD will be there to tag on some more damage. Both players at about half health, and Pain Gaming in a 3v4 situation. Diffuser still on the ground, and that information likely being relayed by the Black Eye. FK1 will be able to recover it. The Thermite was able to open up the wall, so they will have one ingress into the site, despite the Thermite's death. PZD has now rotated all the way over into the red lobby side, and GDN, since he has only one hole to worry about, can just chuck his smoke canisters from the safety back here. But even that isn't that safe, as shots through the wall will come out to try and dislodge him from his position. Drone intel will let the attackers know his position, and FK1 with an excellent shot through the wall will tie things up. Revolts with another and another. 2 kills for the Glass. It's going to be up to PZD to get the kills here in this situation, but no, GCR is there to shut him down, and will look to be around all in Black Dragons' favor. Quickly falls away after an impressive wallbang from FK1, and Revolts being able to walk into sight with the Glass and get 2 more kills himself. A good round that Pain Gaming needed in order to try and stay in this map and walk away with a draw. We'll now go down to the final round of this match, as both teams seem to be equally matched right now. Good play here from PZD, knowing exactly where the Thermite would be positioned and chucking his C4 as a result, but ultimately it was too little too late. Or sorry, it wasn't enough to save the round. It wasn't too late by any means. But it wasn't enough, as the attack onto site worked out flawlessly, despite losing so much of their flank watch and utility. A big chunk of that round coming down to FK1 getting that pick onto Moringa, and then following up with that pick onto, I believe, GDN playing on the smoke. Black Dragons will not elect to try and play that top floor again. They've had no success with that site, and instead are going to go back down to the Teller's bomb site, hoping to win things out here on the middle floor defense. We'll see Moringa back on the dock, who was so instrumental in clutching this round back for his team last time. And it looks like Hugsard might have accidentally shot one of his own goo mines in the attempt to get that drone. Unfortunate for the Legion, but he has plenty more. He won't be able to set them up in time, but they will be there for him later. He's going to be playing aggressively in this open area, just pre-firing everything in hopes of catching any attackers that are pushing in off guard. A wild off-site Maestro Cam will be spotted out and taken care of quite quickly by spawns on the Ash, so the intel that it was going to be relayed is now shut down. Panico with a neat little bailiff hole set up to watch onto Janitor door will allow for him to cut down any potential attackers that are trying to clear out this top floor by pushing in from Janitor. The Thermite's likely to be using one of his hard breaches onto the wall, and GCR landing a shot onto Panico will take the Maestro off the board. GDN will respond by getting Norden once again down below, and PZD takes down GCR, putting Black Dragons once again at a man count advantage. But FK1 will be there to get the trade onto PZD, and Spawns will look away at the wrong time, allowing Moringa to just push up and take down the Ash, leaving FK1 and Revolts in a do-or-die situation to walk away with the draw. We've seen these players do it before. Will we see them do it again? Moringa comfortably sitting up in Banana with the Dock. He's been so effective on this defense with the Dock. And now he doesn't even have the odds against him as he had it before. Hugsard set up watching these square stairs aggressively, hoping to catch out any defenders, and he might catch FK1, who's rotating to that position. Diffuser will be taken by the Glass, So they now have Diffuser once again, but they've only got 50 seconds to try and make this push happen. And FK1 will be gunned down by Moringa, who's just having an excellent day on the dock, leaving Revolts in a 1v3 situation to win the round. Revolts will drop down, but his position is completely compromised as Moringa's going to drop in, miss a few shots. He's trying to go for the revolver. One tap, he'll spot out the glass, but no. A nice headshot from Revolts will finish him off, but he's very, very low on health now, as he has to push into the site all by himself. He's dealing with a C4 and a plethora of goo mines. It's unlikely for him to make his way out. He's got 20 seconds left. He'll jump into the site, but he's going to have to make some magic happen here if he wants to win this round. But there will be no magic for Pain Gaming, as Black Dragons will close things out as GDN lands the final kill of the round. Black Dragons take map number 1 on Bank, putting them one step closer to their hopes of catching Nip in the standings. Next map will be Border, and we'll be going there shortly. Pain Gaming is going to be wanting to stay away from that relegation spot. They currently have 3 points over Red Devils, so they're not in the worst position, but they definitely want every point they can get. Unfortunately, the best I believe that Pain can do at this point is a singular point. 4 points is, of course, a good differential to have with the team below you, but it's something that can definitely be surmounted should Red Devils start looking back up to form, which it's been a rough later half of this season after losing one of their players to military service. They just have not looked like the same team since. So yeah, if you guys have any comments on my casting, feedback, anything of the like, feel free to share it. Now is probably the best time because I'll be able to respond to it a lot more due to this break between rounds. If they go for a long break, I'll probably put on a BRB screen myself, get some water, rest my voice a bit. This is my first time doing something like this live, so there's going to be a lot of matches. There's 4 maps today, as we still have Liquid and Immortal after this. So hopefully I'll have the stamina to keep up for it. But yeah, I enjoyed that. First time doing something like this live. Normally I just do the VODs myself, and I haven't actually shared any of that with anyone. So I appreciate the support that you guys gave to me on Reddit to try and do this. And I hope you're enjoying. I hope this is filling a niche that's out there for people, because I know I myself really wanted to see these matches, and there was never an English cast, and it can be difficult watching a match in a language you don't understand, just because it's not as fun, I think. But that's my personal opinions. That's why I've decided to do this. Apologies also if the mic quality isn't that great. I will be getting a new mic in a couple of days, but for now it's gonna be on this one, unfortunately. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, get some water, and I should be back before the next map starts. But I do need to drink a little bit of water. I'll be back. And I am back, just in time for the next map to begin. We are now on to Border. Glass ban coming out right away from Black Dragons. They don't want to deal with their Volts on that Glass anymore, as he was instrumental in quite a few rounds. A good ban, especially on a map like Border, we can be so effective on taking that armory control early on, just by pushing in through the smoke. Nomad ban coming out from Pain once again. Nothing too surprising. They seem to be very consistent on not wanting their rotate potentials to be shut down. This defensive ban could definitely be very interesting, however, as I'm not quite sure what Pain will elect. If they're going to go with the Meister. The Meister is what they will go with. So different from the Clash, which seems to be very specifically directed at Clash strats on Bank, they're going to go with the more generic ban of the Maestro. We saw Panico be so effective on that Maestro, at least in providing intel, as well as doing a fair bit of damage to the enemy team. And it looks like things are going to be frozen for a second. I'm not actually quite sure what's happening. We'll find out in a bit, I suppose. Looks like the players are all laughing about whatever is going on, as they're not too aware themselves. Yeah, so bear with me here, folks. I'm also unaware of what's going on. I hear everything that you hear, so I hear nothing as well. And even if I did, I don't speak Portuguese, so I would understand it. But Siege wouldn't be Siege without the technical difficulties we experience now and again. Well, it looks like the bans did come out as I think the players are on the operator select screen. It's hard to tell in that quick focus, but it will probably be getting into this match soon. TM. No, it looks like the fourth ban hasn't actually come out yet. So yeah, we are experiencing some technical difficulties. I wish I could tell you what's going on, folks. Unfortunately, I cannot. But I hope we get into the games sooner rather than later. Yeah. Sorry about that. This is a good chance for me to rest my voice, though, so that's nice. Yeah, that's the band screen on the side of Black Dragon, so I'm not too certain why the next band isn't coming out. It looks like it's going to be an Echo band from Black Dragons, so we'll have Echo and Meister both taken off the table for Border, leaving Mira up. As we all know, Mira is a very potent force on Border. She helps hold the armory side so effectively, allowing for more of the top full control. And finally, we're going to be back into the match, and there is that Echo ban once again from the side of Black Dragons, who have consistently banned out the Echo so far in this match, not quite deviating on their defensive bans. And not too surprising, I believe Echo has the highest ban rate in Latin America. That or Meister. It's one of the two. I can't remember. We'll have a armory defense coming out from Black Dragons. Nothing too surprising there. The Kaid pick is unique for this site. You don't typically see Kaid picked straight away for this site. However, he's going to be very good on electrifying that armory side wall, should they choose to fully reinforce that, or protect for a fountain or office side push. Mira, of course, coming out is no real surprise either. She's super powerful on this site. They are going to be expanding into CCTV, likely setting up the mirror window on that eastern hallways, or sorry, that southern hallways you can see right there, allowing for full control all the way down to east stairs. Pain Gaming is going to bring spawns on the Ying this time. We saw GCR try and use that role for one round to no real success on Bank, but Ying is going to also be quite a threat here should Pain Gaming be able to ingress into the site and get the control they need. Likely, because of the Ying and the smokes they have available to them, they're going to be pushing in from the armory wall side, trying to isolate out the defense and push right on in. The CCTV hold coming out from Black Dragons, though, will have to be cleared before any ingress onto site can be made. And it looks like Revolts is going to see if he can get some early picks from those long angles. Nothing to his advantage. Spawns is going to go push in, take control of these eastern stairs alongside FK1. So they can likely get there, set up a claymore, and not have to worry about that flank as they push their way into the rest of the map. And indeed, FK1 will now have full control. He'll spot out the Black Eye, which has given away his position, and we see Hugzor try and get aggressive on FK1. FK1's going to try and take out the shield, but it looks like he was burned out by two ADSs. Unable to get the shield, he'll land one shot in FK1, but FK1 will get the kill before being downed himself. Panico will push up on the mirror to collect that kill, leaving things at a 4v4. But he'll be downed out himself, and GCR will land a nade onto Moringa at the same time, putting Pain Gaming at a 4v2 advantage, with over half the round still to go. Buck's going to be opening up a hole. PZD will be able to relay this information as he tries to push around, but the Buck of GCR will just vacate the premises. And PZD is wary of this hole. He'll spot out the Buck, and that's GCR down, bringing things back into a 2v3 for Black Dragons. They're still going to have to do a lot more if they want to have to try and take this first round, as Pain got off to quite an impressive hot start, but GDN will neutralize what advantage they had by shutting down Spawns' Ying before he had even any real impact. A beautiful headshot on the SMG-11 of the smoke. And things are now in a 2v2. PZD is tagged up a bit. giving the health advantage to Pain Gaming, as PZD will preset a C4 down below in hopes that whenever Norden decides to push in from the armory wall, he can just C4 him based off of the calls from his teammates. GDN's going to start trying to smoke things off with his first canister, buying out and stalling out more of the round, as there's only 30 seconds left for Pain Gaming to make this approach work. They do still have smoke grenades on the side of the Jackal. A stun will go out to check for any ADSs. As there are none, we're likely to see the smoke grenades start to go out. Flash is going in down behind in order to cut down any potential flank attempts, and we're likely to see the plant go down now. And indeed, Norden's going to be trying to plant. Revolts will gun down GDN through the smoke, leaving PZD in a 1v2 clutch situation as the plant is going down. He knows that they have to stick the plant. He spots one player with a deagle, and that's a double kill with the deagle to give Black Dragons the round on time alone, essentially. That was what they had to their huge advantage. And they really had nothing else. An impressive showing from Black Dragons to save a round that looked to be completely lost early on when FK1 lends a beautiful headshot onto Hugzord. Panico, though, having the wherewithal to push up and confirm that kill, definitely kept his team in the round, as GDN and PZD had one less player to worry about in the final seconds of the round. We'll be seeing soon how Black Dragons plans to hold this ventilations, and quite a few interesting roster choices there. They're going to elect to get rid of that smoke and instead put GDN onto the Clash. We did not see any Clash play from Black Dragons last match because Pain banned it out. So we'll see here if Pain decides that that was a mistake and they want to have kept the Clash off the board for this match too. GDN could provide quite a bit of valuable information, especially if he teams up with a player like PZD, just following around behind and getting the kills off of the information the Clash provides. The sacrifice of the smoke, however, could give Pain the extra time they need in order to make their executes work out, as Pain has ran up against the clock in a number of these rounds, both on this map and the previous map. And the smoke being removed will buy them functionally about 15 extra seconds. However, the Clash will be able to slow down other ingresses, so it might even out in the end. Pain Gaming will drop that Ying that so far just hasn't worked out for them, and okay, good, we're back. No worries there. And it looks like we're going to see Pain immediately get into this armory side clear. The Clash is going to be very important in just holding this down, trying to slow down the ingress. She has a lot of ADSs set up to protect her, to keep her shield from being knocked aside by Zofia lifelines or taking extra damage from the nade, but she will get taken down. Actually, about 30 health is gone from that frag grenade. A well-thrown grenade from GCR. PZD's position has been... that's Panico playing on the Kaya. This position has been compromised. Also choosing to run the hollow sight instead of the ACOG. GDN still reeling out information, and PZD will get a headshot onto GCR thanks to the information that Shield has provided. He's going to get tagged down a bit, but it doesn't matter. He's a doc. He'll be able to heal himself right back up and go into another fight, as GDN will just sit here providing all the information to his team about how the push is going and where the peaks are coming out. This Clash that Pain didn't want to deal with on the last map could prove to be quite a nuisance to them on this map with the way things are looking so far. GDN knows the position of two players. One player will get down by Panico and he'll take down FK1. And Norden will be in an engagement with PZD, but managed to win it out, but not before being brought down very low on his health. Panico will fire out a couple more shots and take down Norden, leaving things in a 4v2. This Clash just providing beautiful intel, and his teammates have been able to capitalize on it every step of the way. Panico landing another shot onto spawns, leaving Revolts in a 1v4 situation. He's noticed the position of one player, and the Jaeger will not be able to do anything, as Revolt sees Moringa and shuts him down. It's now 1v3. He does know the positions of at least two players, the Clash and Panico on this Kaid, and he's going to be hoping to take down the Clash soon enough, but he does not know the position of Hugzord, who lands the shots as he tries to cross in down the hallway. East stairs had not been cleared properly, and Hugzord gets a free kill as a result. Black Dragons goes up 2 rounds, as they now have to go onto their tertiary bomb site, which will either be Tellers or Customs, both of which are harder sites to hold. But the top floor control from Black Dragons was excellent, which is what you need to hold either one of those sites. The Clash play in particular, providing Black Dragons with all the top floor control they needed. We now see why Payne elected to ban out the Clash on that previous map. They knew that there were strategies for the Clash that they couldn't handle on Bank, and unfortunately it looks like they weren't ready for them on Border either. Payne Gaming, if they want to have hopes of winning this match, are definitely going to be gunning to take this first attack for them on the tertiary bomb site. This is the opportunity if they ever have one, as these third bomb sites are so difficult to hold. You have to have so much vertical presence for so long, especially on this custom site where CCTV falling will spell complete disaster, and CCTV, mind you, isn't easy to hold onto for a long stretch of the round. GDN, after an impressive showing on the Clash, will go back to the smoke for this site, which, nothing too surprising there. You need all of the defensive presence you can get on site to stall things out as well in order to make things work. The Kaid coming out for the 3rd time in a row. He's definitely seen quite a bit of use in this matchup, and especially on this map, as it looks like Black Dragons has a lot of positions they want to run the Kaid's Electro Claws on to enable these off-site presences to really flourish. Default camera remains up, giving away FK1's position. A bit peculiar, it hadn't been shot out yet, and we'll see if the players of Black Dragons capitalize on that, but likely not. They know they're pushing CCTV. Now they just know one of the players, and they will have to be dealing with. It looks like GDN is actually aggressively set up on the armory side. And we'll see an office side take coming out from Spawns and GCR as they just push their way in. They do have drones providing them intel on the position of these defenders set up on armory. And Spawn's just holding a long angle. Nade will go flying out, take GDN down to about half health. FK1 has also been taken down to about half health earlier in the round. C4 will come out but not connect with anything as GCR is able to run away in time. And just hold this angle and try and force out these defenders and cut them down before they have any chance to rotate back to site or do any damage of their own. He's going to throw out a drone just to really figure out the locations. He knows the Valk is in the small office, and he knew the smoke was already set up behind half wall. So both players on Black Dragons have been isolated out by good droning. Another nade is going to be prepped, as Norden will get the first pick onto Moringa before being traded off by GDN. Nade will fly out and take GDN even lower. FK1 will take down PCD, but Panico will get 2 onto Spawns and FK1, putting Payne in a 2v3 situation. GDN is very low in health, and the Ying and the Buck being alive provides a lot of opportunity to still blow this round into Payne's favor. GCR will get around and finish off what little was left of GDN. And it's now down to Revolts and GCR versus Hugzord and Panico to determine how this half is going to start looking. Hugzord playing within this A bomb site, trying to peek all of the different holes he has around him and hope to just land and do enough damage. Meanwhile, the Valk is being forced to try and rotate back into Custom's side as she's caught off on an island. Hugzord will spot out the arm of Revolts, but unable to fire off any shots before these Candelas start dropping in, and we might see a hot drop coming in very, very soon. Panico does have an angle on the hatch, but it'll be a different hatch that GCR decides to drop in. Only 8 seconds left as Panico will land a shot onto Revolts and GCR. Panico with a nice 4K to win the round in Black Dragons' favor, guaranteeing themselves at least An even split on this first half. And Pain Gaming's going to have to go back to the drawing board on every one of these site attacks to try and make something work and salvage this half before they go onto the defensive set. They'll call a tactical timeout as a result, as they now have to discuss with one another what exactly their approach is to save this half and save the map as a result. The time to talk with their coaches is going to be important in figuring out what sort of strategies they can do. They've been running into the clock a lot, so whatever they can do to cut down on the amount of time they're wasting on these clears will be extremely vital, as they've been able to hang in with Black Dragons on almost pure fragging power so far, pulling back rounds that should otherwise be lost by landing the shots they need. But at the end of the day, they still never have enough time to do anything with the picks they finally get after a long, prolonged struggle off-site. Time will run out now, though, as Payne will be required to go back into the match. The information from their coach will hopefully prove valuable in taking this rest of this half. Black Dragons, of course, are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, doing a clean sweep on their defensive run, and now it's just a matter of how many more rounds can we chain together on defense. They want to get at least one more to walk away with a defensive split in their favor, and everything else is probably icing on the cake for Black Dragons. The Kaid, once again, coming out from Black Dragons, fairly new to the meta, although he's been here for a couple weeks now, but nevertheless, fairly new in the pro scene meta. He's had a mixed result in Pro League. Some teams we've seen trying to shoehorn him in and just find no real success, but not so for Black Dragons, who have just been having the time of their lives thanks to this kind of setups. We've seen quite a number of kills also be accomplished by that slug shotgun in this match. Hugser, though, unlike his teammates that have taken the Kaid, elects to bring the ACOG, which likely means that he's a lot more comfortable with this shotgun than his teammates have shown themselves to be. Not that they haven't gotten quite a few kills, but I personally can't quite imagine a reason to not run the ACOG unless you're just a little bit uncomfortable with the recoil. FK1, though, has aggressively taken this bottom floor control inside of open areas. They're going to be trying to clear out CCTV once again, and likely set up their buck down below, forcing defenders out of positions. But Panico, off to another hot start, will get FK1 up here in the offices, giving Black Dragons the first pick of the round and putting Pain at another man disadvantage. Hugzord will be set up aggressively within CCTV, trying to hold on to whatever he can for as long as possible. And PZD is actually going to be down below, likely set up to get a C4 on any potential plant attempts using the intel that his cams and his teammates can provide him. Pain Gaming's what looked to be a aggressive push-in has definitely stalled out after losing FK1. Who was likely supposed to be the spearhead of their roam clear on that Sophia. They're not going to have to reassess and regroup, but half the round has gone by, and they're still at a man disadvantage. And so far, they've been struggling with time to begin with. And it looks like this round isn't going to be much of an exception. Hugser, though, using that mirror window to provide him intel on when to peek his peek hole is actually quite a effective setup with this ACOG. And he's able to provide all that information to his teammates as well as towards where these east pushes are coming from. And they know it's going to be an office side take. Panico has positioned himself in such a way to shut down any balcony side pushes. It looks like an impact was thrown out to give Hugzord even longer angles. C4 will be wasted as the Thermite was not actually in position to be C4'd, but Moringa will get a kill onto GCR, bringing the man count even further into Pain Gaming's position as Moringa gets 3 kills for himself. leaving Spawns in a 1v4. The Sledge is going to have to make a miracle occur if he wants to win this round. And that's unlikely to occur. We're going to see a grenade tripped out, but he does not know. PCD rotated in behind him, and a knife from the Valkyrie will put Black Dragons up 4-0. Pain Gaming, not finding much success on their second attempt at the armory site, will now have to go attack Vents. If they want to have any hopes of salvaging this map, they need to win these next 2 rounds, as a 4-2 is a salvageable position, especially compared to a 5-1. With how defensive-sided this matchup has looked in general, I'm sure Pain is hoping to run back the score a bit on their own defensive set. But they can't do that if they're down 5-1, or worst case scenario, 6-0 would spell disaster for the team, as their hopes of walking away with even a point disappear. However, Black Dragons is going to throw a monkey wrench into the system as they elect to go Tellers instead of Vents for their next bomb site. They definitely want to catch Pain off guard with another one of these off-meta sites, as I don't think Pain is going to be expecting Black Dragons to go to Bathroom Tellers, and we'll have to see if Pain has the strats, the execute, and the setup to handle this defense. GDN will be getting back onto the clash, and Panico has just been having a great match at 9 kills this map. We saw how effective that clash was on the other half of the map to protect the Armory side. We'll see if she goes there again to protect Armory for the Bathroom Tellers defense, or if she's going to be more on this office side. No real lineup changes coming out from the side of Pain Gaming. We have Spawns on the Ashe once again, as he's done for every round after the first 2, where the Thatcher and the Ying just did not seem to be working out for him. PCD is going to be taking advantage of this mirror window setup to try and contest CCTV for as long as he can and hold that armory wall. And I believe we might only have Hugzord down below on the actual site proper. But even that's nothing too surprising on a Bathroom Teller's defense, where you really just need to hold top for as long as possible to have any hope of accomplishing anything. The Jaeger tricking from Moringa will be able to burn out the frag grenade lobbed his way. So good heads-up play from Moringa will keep those bandit batteries on the wall even longer. And Pain doesn't really seem to have their ingress figured out. Norden has taken a little bit of damage, likely from those bandit batteries, stopping his push as well. We see 2 players of Pain Gaming stacked up on that office side window. And GDN is just going to be relaying information on the push coming from the south side of office. Those pings are going to be very useful for his team, and it looks like Hugzord's actually going to be using them to set up a C4 the moment he gets the information, and indeed he gets it, and that's GCR off the table. That clash just providing so much information. She has been taken very low on health, though, which gives Pain their best opportunity to finish her off that they've had this whole match. But will they be able to do so? Norden, though, will get a kill onto Moringa. FK1 will finish off GDN. Panico with an impact onto Norden, though, and Hugzord gets FK1. FK1 will get another from the grave onto PCD, putting things into a 2v2. A flurry of kills coming out as Hugzord sees another player inside a fountain. He'll jump out and try and push him. I believe that's Ashe on Spawn, or Spawns on Ashe, who will then instead elect to go down metal stairs, as they need to make this site execute happen, as they only have 30 seconds left, and they know that the Mira is far off. Spawns will go back up the east stairs to try and lock down the Mira's position, and jump right back in through Fountain. They know that the Mira is trapped on the opposite side, but so is Diffuser, as Spawns has to go and recover it. The Mira sees the head of the Ashe, and there goes Spawns, putting things in a 2v1v2 for Revolts. If he wants to prevent this from being a 5-1, he's going to have to get 2 impressive kills here, as Hugzord is just set up with Diffuser up above. He's got 2 seconds to work with. He's not even going to get 1. Panica closes out the round, And Black Dragons goes up 5-0 on this defensive set on border. One more round to guarantee the draw and a clean sweep on the defensive set. Very, very nice clash play once again from the side of GDN. While his life may have been a bit more short-lived this time, the amount of intel he was able to provide allowed for Hugzord to get a C4 just based off of those soft pings alone. And Hugzord getting another kill there just sealed the deal in favor of his team. Diffuser getting down up top and taking so long to recover was really what hurt that push the most, as Revolts and Spawns both had to completely push off of one another, allowing themselves to be picked off in separate 1v1s. But instead of choosing to go to ventilations, Black Dragons is going to experiment with another open area hold. They're likely trying to just catch Pain off guard once again and keep as much momentum as they can in their favor. Panico getting 11 kills in these 5 rounds has just been having one hell of a game. He's had a carousel of operators, but he's made it work with regardless of what operator he needs to play, and has been instrumental in saving a lot of these near rounds. While the scoreline might be 5-0, there's definitely been quite a few rounds that Pain looked like they might have had and just lost in the dying seconds. The real enemy for Pain has just been their time management on these attacking sets. Every time they seem to run into something they're not too familiar with, they stall out heavily on their attacks. We'll see PZD once again getting this peak hole set up that we saw him running while he had the ACOG of the Qaid. And GCR will be the one set up to clear out CCTV. Thatcher EMP thrown out to take care of any meat jammers or ADS devices set up on those doors. And we have PZD, who hasn't actually set up any ADSs, it looks like. Moringa is going to be getting aggressive onto the balcony. He spots the head of one player, but takes a bit of damage and is unable to fire back in return. But Hugzord gets the first kill onto GCR. A nice long-range shot with that ACOG of their Slug Shoddy will give Black Dragons another man advantage. Black Dragon's been running the Qaid every round and finding so much success with both the weapon and the utility. Moringa still playing aggressively up on that balcony door. He does have the support of PZD to potentially get any trades or refrags should the aggressive play not work out in his favor. And GDN is also nearby to help cut down anything else. Hugzord will be taken down quite low, as he likely got into another long-range engagement with this western wall. But time is ticking away for Pain, as Moringa will finally have his aggressive play pay off as he takes down the Ash. Spawns dead. Panico, though, will get another kill onto Norden, just furthering the impressive game he has had so far, dropping Diffuser inside of the jail. He'll fire off some more shots, but Revolts will land a nice headshot, but he has about 1 health. FK1's going to just jump into sight. They don't have any top floor control, so this could spell disastrous. Does he see the player in the back? He seems to know about his position, but can he land the shot? And he's going to be taken out from above because there was no top floor clear. PZD will get a free kill onto FK1, leaving Revolts to try and save this match. He will not be able to. That ACOG pistol coming out from the Qaid will shut him down. Hugzord cleaning up the round, and a clean defensive set from Black Dragons. As Pain didn't seem to have any answer for Black Dragons' defenses. That's 6-0. That is a guaranteed 2 points, I believe, for Black Dragons. They're going to be trying to get all 3 here, though, so they can tie things up with Nip. Yes, this is a guaranteed 2 points for Black Dragons. And likely 3 points total, as a 6-0, it's a nigh insurmountable task to come back from. And it's going to leave Pain very demoralized. They could still do it, but the odds are against them. IQ coming out from Black Dragons is different, and the Hibana are very different from the lineups we saw Pain running. That IQ likely there to shut down the Valk cameras that Spawns is going to be using to provide so much intel to his team. No Kaid on the side of Pain, unlike what Black Dragons ran on every single one of their defensive sets. Panico with an impressive 12 and 2 kills, and Pain just not really being able to find that leaderboard that much. FK1, Spawns, and GCR, who seem to be in position on those entry-like roles, have really not been there in this match either. We'll see whether Black Dragons elects to continue to have these aggressive rounds that they brought out against Pain, getting those early picks consistently, or if they're going to slow down a bit on the attack, take things smart. The Valk is droned out, so they know about the C4 she has prepped and ready. That information is going to be relayed by PZD, so she's unlikely to get any kills from that C4. Hugzord holding these long angles from the balcony, hoping to catch any defenders on a rotate. C4 will be thrown out, and it will not connect with anything. Good drone work from the side of Black Dragons to just shut down what could have been an aggressive momentum-shifting play from Spawns on the Valkyrie. East Stairs control is fully in the favor of Black Dragons as a result, and the armory or the office wall has been opened up as well, allowing for this office side take to really come out in full. Spawns has been forced to retreat back to the mirror window they had set up by Fountain, and FK1's going to trade some shots down the corridor towards East Stairs. He sees another player trying to break into CCTV door and holds a tight angle on that, but so far, no damage or anything done to the attack. Well, actually, Moringa's taken a little bit of damage, possibly from FK1 firing down the hallway, but I'm not entirely certain on where he took his damage from. Still, over 2 minutes down, and GCR will be able to get the first kill of the round onto PZD. Looks like Black Dragons' attacks are stalling out a bit, much like we saw from Pain Gaming, but they still have a minute to work with. And momentum is heavily on their side, even if they have the man count disadvantage. Norden and GCR, though, will be maintaining full control of CCTV side to help cut down this office side take whenever it comes out. Top of the softwall has been shotgunned open so that the mirror can throw out a C4 if need be. Spawns will take a little bit of damage, but Norden will follow up with another kill onto Hugzord. Thermite is going to be opening up the office wall, and Spawns is going to take an aggressive angle. Panico will find the first kill for Black Dragons, followed by GDN, and Panico with another before finally being shut down by FK1, and it's suddenly a 2v2. GDN is very low on health, and he sees the Valk, but is unable to land any shots as she just hip fires into her. Her position is completely compromised, but so is the Hibana. And Pain will not be 7-0'd as they finally get a round. That's 1 out of 6 rounds in a row that Pain will need if they want to have any hopes of just tying up this match. Remember, there are no overtimes in BR6, so a draw is the best they can hope for on this map. And they've already lost the first map, so that's their only shot of getting any points, is via a draw. In which case, I believe they would get 1 point, but I'm not 100% certain. Bit of a lineup change from the side of Black Dragons, as they now have the Sledge and the Zofia. Pain Gaming will now have to go down to Ventilation and Workshop. We'll have to see. Panico still just racking the numbers up. The longer this match drags on, it seems the more his kill count gets inflated, especially in comparison to everyone else. 14 kills, and the next highest number of kills, I believe, is 6. Impressive showing from Panica, who, once again, on that just roller coaster of roles. I believe he played the Jackal last round. He's now going to be onto the Sledge. Pen Gaming, also as expected, are going to be setting up heavily up top, which is necessary to hold this site, of course. But will their top floor control be as effective as we saw from Black Dragons when they went to the site? Due in large part to that clash being able to coordinate with the Dock and the Kaid. PZD will spot out the Valkyrie playing inside of the offices. And once again, we see this impressive drone work that Black Dragons has just displayed throughout this match. They seem to always have the intel on the positions, and it becomes more a question of can they capitalize it than do they have it. Their drone work has just been impeccable from Black Dragons, and it's why they've been winning these rounds. Their intel game has just been phenomenal. We're seeing a bit of hesitation from Black Dragons as a minute has gone by, and they haven't even seemed to enter the building. They know they have CCTV control in their favor, so it's likely that's going to be their first avenue of ingress to try and contest the metal bunker that Payne has set up on the armory side. Both mirror windows and a plethora of reinforcements to try and hold this. But one armory wall will go down, allowing the attackers more purview into the site, or sorry, into the armory side to try and get the top floor control they need, but they only have half the round to do so. And nothing really of note has happened other than that armory wall going down. Black Dragons is going to be wrapping up what droning they've done to try and figure out where they really want to hit the site and how they want to hit the site. Sorry about that. But once again, we're seeing a very slow attack, much as we saw on Payne, and Norden will get the first kill onto Moringa, but Hugzord will quickly follow up with a kill onto GCR, keeping things at a 4v4, equal health on both sides. FK1, though, does have his mirror window to help contest Norden's potential pushes. He's going to open up some floors down below to stop any push down there as well. Hugzord, though, will see the shotgun shots rattling out, so he knows exactly where this mirror is positioned. And if Hugzord chooses to push in at the right time, he could easily finish things off. Nade will go sliding out from Panico, but not find anything, but his gun will, and it looks like GCR dropped. Hugzord and PZD following up with 2 kills of their own. However, I believe GCR was already dead, so it's not much of a loss there, but it will leave Spawns in a 1v4 situation for the match. Diffuser will be planted down. The C4 has given away Spawns' position. He sees one player unable to connect the shots. He'll be taken down very low. GDN is hurt, but to no avail as Panico will end the round with yet another kill. That is the match and the map in favor of Black Dragons. But they're going to go 2-0 over their opponents with an impressive 7-1 scoreline on border. Payne, who had hung in there quite effectively on the first map, 7-5 loss, will fall 7-1 on border. But a good showing from both of these teams. And that will bring Black Dragons tied with the NIP. And both teams are actually drawn in their individual match. So if NIP and Black Dragons are unable to shake one another going into the later play days, it'll come down to their rematch to determine who gets to go to the playoffs of BR6. Payne, we're hoping for a couple more points to separate themselves from the relegation spot that we currently see Red Devils in. They will not find that. And that round, that last map, really just came down to stalled out attacks on both sides. But the drone work allowed for Black Dragons to have much more effective executes towards the later halves of the rounds. And their innovative defensive setups just completely caught Payne off guard multiple times. That clash hold in Armory, Payne didn't have an answer for, and indeed we're seeing that right now. It looks like they're just a round of really poor intel and slowed out attacks forcing the attackers to run against the clock every time, and Pain had no success doing so. Black Dragons had one success, and that was all they needed. That concludes the first match for tonight. Immortals versus FaZe will be soon. I'm not entirely sure exactly when. We'll have a timer pop up soon enough, and that'll give you guys an idea of when I'll be back to cast that. So as soon as these replays are done, we'll get into that. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is my first time doing something like this. It's a bit exhausting on my voice, and I know it's probably not the most professional setup, but I hope nevertheless this was something that you guys enjoyed. I'll try and do more of these. Hopefully I'll be able to catch next to every match of BR6 Live, and I'll try and also fill out a bit of the backlog and upload some of those on my YouTube, which is available in the links on my channel if you look down below. So I'll have those VODs uploaded there eventually. There's not currently any, and I'll put those hopefully in a separate playlist so people can just see those. But yeah, coming up next will be Liquid versus Immortals, which will be a very, very important match. Immortals actually isn't in the top 4. It's Ints occupying that spot, with Liquid in the second place spot, Ints in the third place spot. INTZ has just been having one hell of a BR6 season, and Immortals, they've been struggling a bit, especially compared to how dominant their Pro League performance has been. Yeah, I believe the next match will... I'll see if there's a listed schedule time on Liquipedia. I checked earlier, but I didn't see anything, but I'll check again. And I will be back whenever that is. Until then, I'm going to be taking a break, get some water, walk around a bit, rest my voice. But yeah. So yeah, it's scheduled to start at 6 o'clock Central Daylight Time, which is actually in a minute, so we'll see when it actually is going to happen. They'll give us our timer soon enough, I'm sure. Yeah, as always, please, guys, give me feedback. You can either whisper me, you can put it in the chat, you can message me on Reddit. I'm hoping to improve at this. This is my first time doing something like this. I know I do stumble a fair bit, and I repeat on certain phrases that I probably shouldn't be. So, the more feedback I get, the more I improve, and hopefully that means the experience is more enjoyable for you. And I'm always open to more criticism, as this is, again, my first time doing something like this, and I don't know, I have a long way to go to improve. It is also quite tiring to solo cast, of course, which is why there's some of those lulls in talking, as I need a little bit of time to just recatch my breath and be able to then go right back into it. It means I have to sometimes sacrifice play-by-play or analysis, because I have to mix and match both of them, but I hope at the end of the day it's still an enjoyable experience for you guys, and as always, I'm open to any and all feedback you may have for me. Yeah, so we're just going to wait to see what time the next match is starting. Once we have that timer, you guys will know when I'll be back. I'll put up the BRB screen for a bit, and then we'll go. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Panico with just 24 kills throughout that match. Impressive, impressive stuff from him. 2.0 KD. Just had an excellent game. No surprise that he is the MVP of that match, by any means. Alright. So I'm sure they're saying we'll be right back. with more BR6 action. Tune in. You don't want to miss a moment of Brazil's biggest tournament. I don't know what the announcers are saying. I'm sorry. He'll be right back. That's probably what she said. That's what they always say. Yep. All right, here we go. We got our timer now. Soon. Once the graphics are done, we'll be there soon, guys. So you guys will know how long we have to wait for the phase versus Immortals, which will probably be soon. It was scheduled to start at 6, but schedules for tournaments, never seem to go as planned. Hey, you guys all know what they're saying here without the sound? Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Alright, 15 minutes. So we'll have a 15-minute break for me as well, and then I'll be back to cast Immortals versus Team Liquid. I won't actually put up a BR rescreen because this will suffice. But yeah, see you guys shortly. Alright, so we're back. We're gonna have Liquid versus Immortals coming up now. A bit of reverse of their standings in PL. Immortals is in 6th place right now. So they're coming onto the stage first, the players of Immortals. Whereas Liquid is in 2nd, 1 point behind FaZe. But FaZe, of course, does have a game over them because they played the last playday, and now Liquid will be playing their matches this playday. So Liquid is going to be hoping to get that #1 spot. Immortals, however, they're at 8 points. Even if they get all 3 points here, they're not going to be able to catch up to NiP or Black Dragons just off of that to make it into those playoff spots. Which actually, Black Dragons having the round differential over NiP because they're tied in the head-to-head is in the 4th place now after that previous game. As a refresher on the standings, because I know a lot of you aren't following BR6, FaZe Clan is at the top with 19 points right now. They have played 10 matches so far. Everyone has played 10 matches except for Liquid and Immortals, who are going to play their 10th now. Liquid is right behind them with 18 points. INTZ is behind them with 14 points in 3rd place. Black Dragon and Ninjas in Pajamas both have 13 points. They drew their previous match in the beginning of the season, so it comes down to round differential, and in round differential, Black Dragons is at 13 to Ninjas in Pajamas 12, plus 12 and plus 13 respectively. Immortals is at 8 points. They have not quite been having the same success they've had in the Pro League season. And Pain is behind them at 6 points, and Red Devils with only 3 points to their name in last place. The way BR6 formats work is that matches happen in a best of 2. There's no overtime. You get 3 points if you win 2 maps, 2 points for a win and a tie, and 1 point for a draw, which is defined as either 1 map for each team or 2 ties. The top 4 will advance to the playoffs, which are played in a King of the Hills style. Last team is auto-relegated, and the others have to play relegation matches. So, right now, Red Devils is in a precarious spot at only having 3 points. If they want to get out of the auto-relegation spot, they're going to have to start stepping it up in the upcoming playdays. They haven't actually gotten a win yet. Pain, though, is definitely within reach for Red Devils, and even Immortals, NiP, and Black Dragons could all fall if Red Devils goes very hot, but that's unlikely. The top 4 is a really tight contest so far, going with NiP being tied with Black Dragons, very much able to sneak into that playoff spot. And Immortals, well, we all know from Pro League just how capable a team Immortals are. So there's no counting them out yet. And this match against Liquid is going to be instrumental in these standings, as Liquid could either further their lead over the other teams, get to 21 points, FaZe would be behind them with 19, and then INTZ would be a significant drop-off to 14 points. Yeah, Red Devils took a big hit from the mandatory military service where they lost one of their players, and they weren't looking too strong in BR6 to begin with, unfortunately. They recently got 2-0'd by NiP in the previous BR6 matches. That was a 7-0 and a 7-1 for NiP on the 2 maps. Now, obviously, they performed a lot better in Pro League, where they took Oregon to a 7-5 in a very close contest, so they have the potential to catch Pain, but their playoff hopes are basically non-existent at this point. Liquid's going to want to increase their lead right now, obviously. If they can get all 3 points in this match, which is going to be difficult being up against Immortals. They'll put themselves at 21, which is a comfortable lead. Yeah, VNX was incredible that match, which will be a comfortable lead over FaZe Clan. At a 2-point lead and a huge 7-point lead over the third place of INTZ. And then of course Black Dragons and Nip behind them at 13. Should they not get all 3 points, if they only get 2, they'll still take the lead, and if they get 1, they'll tie FaZe, which I don't know what the tiebreaker is between them right now. We'll likely be getting into the map bans shortly. In the meantime, I can look up the tiebreaker between FaZe and Liquid. FaZe has the tiebreak right now against Liquid. They took one map and drew the other one with Liquid in round 1. So, it has not started yet. It will be starting soon. We are currently going to be entering the map veto phase very shortly. So if Liquid only walks away from this game with 1 point, they're going to be tied with FaZe, and they're going to be stuck still in second place because FaZe has the tie break over them. Unless the two have played in this half. Yes, they have. Yeah, FaZe won both times. So they have no hope of beating FaZe in a tie situation. Of course, they'll still comfortably be in second place. Their odds of being knocked out of second place aren't too high. But they want to be able to just increase the lead and really solidify their place for going to the playoffs. Immortals, on the other hand, want to fight their way in. They need to take this match to bring themselves to 11 points, which will put them 2 points back of Black Dragons and Nip, and 3 points back of INTZ, which means they have a shot at catching up to them in a later playdate. Map bans are going to be coming now. Consulate ban by default for both teams. So we're going to see Immortals start by banning out Bank. Liquid will ban out Villa. And now the map picks are going to be coming in for both these teams. We're going to be going to Border for the first match. That's going to be Immortals' map pick. And Oregon is going to be Liquid's map pick. Both maps that both teams have very storied histories on. They've done very well on both of these maps. So it'll come down to who's bringing the better strategies. I'm sure they're both very familiar with how each other plays, and they're going to be looking to trip up their opponents and catch them up off guard. Alright, and we get into the matches now. First ban is going to be coming out from Immortals, who will be starting on the defense of Border. They're going to ban off the Ying. Nothing too surprising there. That's not actually my mouse on the screen, in case people are wondering. That is, in fact, from the cast, or the stream that I'm watching, so I can't control that, unfortunately. The Thatcher ban from Liquid. Nope, there we go. Mouse is gone. So yeah, nothing too surprising on those attack bans. The Thatcher ban is a bit unique, but at the same time, Liquid wants to make holding on to some of those walls, such as on the border side, as well as the armory wall if they choose to fortify that completely, a bit more protected, as well as if Liquid is running some mute gem setups, they're going to be keep wanting those mute jammers to not be removed so efficiently. Ying ban is to shut down the potential blitzkrieg rushes that Liquid is so good at doing on this map, but that is going to leave operators like Glaz and Nomad on the table. Mira and Meister bans, nothing surprising for Border, and nothing surprising in general. 2 of the 3 most banned operators. Echo will be on the table now, meaning that IQ might be a near consistent pick, and indeed we'll see Paula pick IQ immediately to handle, yes, the Echo and the Valkyrie that is also not too surprising to have come out. Sexy Cake on the Nomad, which is a role that we saw Nesk performing with quite a bit of efficiency in normal Pro League. So he'll be switching on to the Twitch, which will allow him to have a lot more fragging potential, as well as take care of a lot of these bandit setups and mute setups, and even hopefully take down some ADSs that are set up thanks to the utility of that Twitch drone. Comboed with the IQ, he can know the positions he needs to get his drone to and take care of things relatively risk-free. We are, of course, going to be seeing an Armory hold come out first round. Neither team going with the off-brand holds that Black Dragons employed very early on, with that Bathroom Teller's hold in particular coming out of nowhere, as they're going to want to take this first round a bit more standard. They do want to catch the other teams off guard, but they also need to feel each other out because they know this is going to be a close contest either way. These are two of the titans in the region, and both have a lot at stake on this match. Immortals even more so than Liquid. Contrary to the holds that we've been seeing the rest of today, it doesn't actually look like Immortals has invested a ton of control in CCTV. They have one player, the Jaeger, playing in there, but I don't think there's anyone else to support him. And he has been droned out. So his position is given away. Nesk's drone, though, will be shot down immediately, so these bandit batteries will get to stay there, and they'll have to send someone from down below to take it out. Wallbangs go down on the position of the Jaeger that had been compromised earlier, but Cyber has smartly rotated away long ago. Nesk's going to be breaking open the window, trying to apply some pressure to this Jaeger playing all by himself in CCTV. The rest of the matches we watched today had 2 or 3 people typically stack up in CCTV, so this is going to be a very different style of hold. An aggressive peek from PX will be met with nothing from either side, as Nesk wasn't quite ready to land the shots, but nor was he in position to expose himself too much. Jaeger is being constantly droned away, and he'll be gunned down by Paulo, who gets the first pick onto Cyber. That puts Liquid up 5v4, and CCTV control is firmly in their hands now. Nesk aggressively holding this angle on the door, hoping to catch the bandit either on a rotate or an aggressive peek as they go in for this armory side take. Twitch drone will be thrown out to take care of these bandit batteries, and flashbang is going to cause PX to fall off of it, but he will be able to shoot the Twitch drone after it takes down one of his batteries. Nesk will get the kill onto Navi's, and that's the Valkyrie off the board. Paulo will follow up with a kill onto PX, and it's a 5v2 in favor of Team Liquid. Nesk just pushes his way into sight. He sees one player but is unable to connect the shots. Sexy Cake will get the trade onto Bullet, though, leaving M King in a 1v4 situation. 50 seconds. There's not much the Echo's going to do here. Impactless frags are what it's going to all come down to. Paula is hurt, so he could potentially get a kill onto the IQ early on. He downs one player, but is unable to confirm the kill onto Sexy Cake, and before getting his own head taken off. Zig getting the final kill of the round, and Liquid will take round number 1 with an impressive attack onto Armory. A lot of that round just came down to Liquid having the ability to just push straight into the Armory wall with only one player really to contest them on CCTV. Once they cleared out that Jaeger with some good coordinated drone work, they were uncontested with their push into sight. They had PX on the Bandit to worry about, and Navi's peeked his head away for a second, but without any smokes or real forms of denial outside of C4, there was nothing to stop their pushes in, and they gained the control they wanted and steamrolled through everyone in the process on the backs of Paula and Nesk. However, Mortals, they're not going to be changing up their lineup. They're going to be sticking with what they ran before and hoping for more success on the second try of this Armory defense. They'll probably change their setup a bit. If Cyber chooses to play all by himself in CCTV, vacate it, or call in a friend, we'll have to see, as that was what was part of the instrumental speedy Armory side take that Liquid had, ignoring M King and the rest of the players that were set up to watch the Office side take. Liquid 2 will not change their lineup, as it worked out for them quite well before and covers a lot of the bases they cared about. Navi's with a fairly exposed position here in the second floor corridor. If he gets droned out, it'll be very easy for the attackers to isolate him in there. Cyber will rotate into CCTV. He's going to be playing here again. He sees a drone, and the drone likely saw him too, so that'll be shut down, but his position has been compromised to Liquid, who now know that the Jaeger is once again playing within CCTV, and they will be hoping to clear him out once more. Navi's, though, with the first pick of the round onto Sexy Cake, and that is the Nomad off of the board. We do not know how many of her air jets were deployed, but nevertheless Liquid is going to be on the back foot this time. Lots of intel on the side of Immortals between the Echo drone and the Valkyrie cameras will be helping them know where these pushes are coming in. Cyber will rotate out of CCTV, not wanting to take any more chance encounters there, and just help his teammates on this site push. Nesk, reading this, will get control of CCTV, and he sprays out, just barely missing the head of a player who I believe is behind hard cover, so he would be safe either way. But Nesk will get to open up a long angle to play for himself, and we've seen Nesk do this quite a lot back when Ash had the ACOG on the R4C. He likes to get these long angles and just be an aggressive flank watch for his team. Paula spots out what I believe is an Echo drone up top, so you'll be relaying that over. Armory Wall was left soft, allowing Paula to get these nice peeks down and cut down defenders to try to push up. He might see the back of a player, and he's second now. He's just going to be holding this angle, hoping a defender gets a little bit careless. Pre-fires are coming out on his location, but they won't connect with anything. A flame arrow will confirm that there is no one inside of half wall. And PSK is going to be trying to find this Twitch drone, but Zig will be down, and Cyber then will land another impressive shot onto Nesk. PSK will be credited for the team kill onto Zig. And Liquid, in a difficult 2v5 situation, Paula and PSK, last one's left, the smokes have been used, the flames have been used. This is going to be an all-out brawl with only 30 seconds and a C4 being prepped for the location. This round is over as PX get the final 2 kills. In stark contrast to the first attack, where Liquid were able to acquire all the control they needed very early on and just push straight into the site, Liquid acquired none of the control they needed early on, stalled out, lost a man in the process, and then had to try and force their way onto site with just a 4v5, time not really on their side, and an unfortunate flaming of Zig will roast the captain in more ways than one. However, we now go on to the Vent Workshop defense. Sexy Cake, 6-picking off of the Nomad, will push onto the Ash. So they're going to let him go onto a bit more of a fragging role. Nomad not really finding success that last attack. And actually, it's going to be a Bathroom Tellers. My mistake. I'm not as familiar with the Portuguese names, so I hope you do bear with me when I make mistakes like that. Much like how Black Dragons played on their defensive sets in the previous match, Immortals is going to be trying to throw Liquid off big time by not going to that ventilation workshop site. Instead, they're going to be on Bathroom Tellers and have to hold the top floor for as long as humanly possible, which could prove difficult, as we've seen Liquid be so successful on their roam clears before, especially on a map like Border. They've also sacrificed a lot of the information they had working in their favor before when they had M-King on the Echo. Instead, he's going to be on the castle trying to slow down this push and cut off some of the angles the attackers can use. But will that lack of intel cause them trouble on this unique hold of Bathroom Tellers? Zig will get his drone positioned and know the location of 2 defenders, and that information will be something that he can be constantly relaying onto his team. Liquid also showing impressive drone work in this match, spotting out the defenders quite frequently, as Zig will now get to the triple wall to try and open it up and deal with this bandit and his support, which is the ADSs of the Jaeger, I believe, as well as the Jaeger himself, of course. Zig will successfully open up the wall, so no bandit tricking coming out from the side of Immortals will mean that the top floor clear has been started for Liquid. Drones will be checked to see where the players can be positioned. They won't spot anything, but that Nesk will be aware then of what few positions the bandit can be in. And indeed, he'll spot out the bandit this time and possibly go for an aggressive push onto the bandit, provided the rest of the room is clear. A good black eye will give the position of two attackers to Navis, though, so a good intel war coming out from these sides. Nesk will spot the bandit going for an aggressive peek, but nothing will come out as he'll chuck out a C4 and detonate it a bit too early to get anything. Nesk sees the head of the bandit, who goes onto his cams at the wrong time. Nesk with a free kill there, and another kill as Cyber just lands up for him. He has been brought down very low, but Paulo will get a kill onto PX, keeping things in a 5v2 for Team Liquid, as Plant will start to go down in Bathroom Tellers, as Zig just has sight control. Bullet's going to be trying to contest these long angles, but it's to no avail, as Paulo lands the shot at M-King, and PSK will take down Bullet. And that is round 3 in Team Liquid's favor, bringing them up 2-1. The unorthodox Bathroom Tellers defense not working out for Immortals the way they wanted it to, and they will not be catching the LATAM powerhouse of Team Liquid off guard with that defense. While some of the intel was definitely there for Immortals, a missed nitro cell followed by poor timing on the camp check from Immortals ends up costing them that round pretty heavily. Liquid has always excelled in those roam clears, and on a top floor hold like that in a area as precarious as Border, as the offices of Border, it becomes very, very difficult to stop the onslaught when it comes through. Immortals, though, learning from their mistake, will now go down to the expected site of Ventilation Workshop. Kaid being brought out for the first time in this match by Bullet to hopefully contest some longer angles and provide the electrifications necessary to protect their top floor control. As on Border, you need to hold both floors on just about all these sites in order to properly defend them. Doubly so for these bottom floor sites, where that top floor control is essential to both the attackers and the defenders to make any sort of push work out. M-King will get back onto the Echo after a failed castle setup on the Bathroom Tellers defense. Sexy Cake, once again going on the Carousel of Operators though, will now go onto the Sledge, likely wanting to open up a lot of this floor to help out his team. Nesk with a well-placed Twitch drone will deny the Electroclaw tricking, and Kaid will have to push up to take it out as the Thermite charge goes down, and that is the armory wall opened up with no difficulty. Kaid's Electroclaw just not kicking in time as he had to push up and deal with the Twitch drone first, and Nesk will just take it out to add insult to injury. Drone will be shot from below, and then Nesk's other Twitch drone will be caught out by the Kaid, but the positions of 3 defenders were given to Nesk at that time. The Kaid holding an aggressive angle with that slug shotty to stop any pushes in from the armory side. A Yokai drone has been spotted out by IQ's scanner, so Paula will know that information and will be able to provide it, but Bullet will get the first kill onto Nesk with that DMR shotgun. Sexy Cake, however, has pushed his way aggressively into the bathroom. It's unlikely that Immortals knows that he is here, as they're still expecting most of this control to be being executed up top. Zig will get a refrag onto Cyber, putting things in a 4v4, but both Zig and Paulo are very low on health, and M-King will finish off what little was left of Zig, possibly dropping Diffuser up top, and indeed he does. A Flame Arrow is going to be going out to try and force the player out of Sandwich, and indeed he will be forced out, but to little avail as no kill will actually come from it. Smoke arrows are being prepped for later, and the head of the Kaid will be spotted out by PSK, but he's unable to capitalize on anything. Both players just in a dance with one another up top. Diffuser, however, has been recovered by Paula, and Sexy Cake still in this devastating position in bathroom if his position has not been compromised. He could get a free kill onto the smoke and possibly wreak havoc on the site should he choose to execute from the bathroom side. And indeed, he's going to actually call for a full rotate of his teammates, as they're going to start causing havoc on the other side. And, ooh, PX is watching for Sexy Cake, but PSK will get one before being traded off, and PX will kill Paulo with a smoke cast canister from the grave. Immortals ties things up at a 2-2. A timeout has been called by one of the teams. I'm not sure which. Judging from how it was relayed to Immortals, I believe it was a timeout called for Liquid to give Liquid time to talk to their coach and analyst. They're likely going to be discussing what exactly went wrong in this attack. They know they're going to be on Armory now, so they are going to be working on a plan to attack Armory successfully for a second time, but they will want to have a plan for the next time they need to go down to Ventilation and Workshop. A lot of that round just fell apart because they could not clear top floor effectively. They tried to do a late round rotate to the bathroom, which nearly worked, but ultimately the low health and low man count on that bathroom side take made that even that late rotate didn't accomplish anything. Fist bumps will come out though as Liquid gears up to go into the next round and start to take a lead, and Immortals are going to want to hold on to the momentum they acquired by winning that round. Sexy Cake, once again, six-picking off of the Nomad to the Ash, wanting to be more aggressive and more in the gunfights than he has been necessarily while playing the Nomad. Immortals electing for, I believe, an identical lineup to how they defended the site before. They're going to have quite a bit of intel in the form of the Valkyrie and the Echo Drones. We've seen that help out their defense so much just by knowing where the attacks are coming through. Cyber is likely going to make his presence known in CCTV, but not contested for too long, as he doesn't want to give his life away like he did that first round, which ultimately cost them that Armory hold. He's going to want to play it similar to how he played it last time, by making his presence known, punishing any over-enthusiastic attackers, but eventually falling off and just slowing down the attack of Liquid ever so much. Both teams have remained remarkably consistent in their lineups thus far, neither one electing to try and mix things up too much. We've had Sexy Cake swapping around his roles, but other than that, nothing really too out of the ordinary for each of their defenses they've engaged in. And Zig trying to see if the Valkyrie is playing in the aggressive corridor angle she took before. She will not be, so no free kill for Zig. But Nesk will spot out this player within CCTV. He'll have a drone guiding him in, but it does not spot M King, who has a long angle from the opposite side. Nesk will get gunned down early on, and CCTV control will remain in the favor of Immortals. Liquid just falling for the trap that Immortals had laid by leaving that Jaeger out as bait, and M King gunning through a nice long angle. Poor drone work on the side of Liquid to not spot those holes had been made and alert Nesk to their presence. This is going to leave PSK as the player who needs to clear out this Jaeger and get control of CCTV. He'll have Paula's help. And it looks like the Jaeger has vacated. They got the one kill they wanted. They got the bait. Now they can pull back and play their 5v4 advantage. We have 4 players stacked up on this Armory side. They know Liquid likes to go for these Armory takes, and they're here to just cut that down. Should Liquid make a read on this, we might see some players push in from the Office's side, as PSK takes an aggressive angle while Zig holds his way, or drones his way in. He'll spot out a player on half wall. And they're just going to be checking, making sure there's no small office presence before they try and deal with this player on half wall. Zig, though, will get cut down, and that's Diffuser drop. Cyber getting the second kill of the round from half wall. His position had been known. He will be flamed, but the Firebolt is just not landing with him, but Paula will land his bullets. PX will throw C4 and catch Sexy Cake, but Armory control has been vacated. PX, though, will gun down the player that tries to push in. Paula gets one before being shut down by Bullet's shotgun, and Immortals will take the lead 3-2. A bit of a sloppy attack there at the end by Liquid, as while they did have the man count disadvantage, Zig just running up and mailing the barricaded door while having Diffuser gave Cyber an easy kill, as you can hear those brakes just pop up and get a free kill onto the Thermite right here, as he breaks it open and just gets immediately gunned and punished for his trouble by a player they knew the position of. PX landing an excellent shot prevented PSK from doing any damage. Paula lands a few onto Navi's, but he'll be shut down by Bullet. And we see another Bathroom Teller's defense coming out from the side of Immortals, as now they actually have to go to their third floor site. As actually, yes, Ventilation Workshop is not available to them again. PX, though, and Cyber taking a lot of damage at the very beginning of the round. Sorry, PX more so than Cyber, but nevertheless, that could prove to be difficult, especially when up against guns like the FAMAS and the Para, which will see their time to kills drop fairly significantly, as they will now require just one less bullet to take down PX and possibly Cyber. We see once again the same top hold coming out from the side of Liquid. The Echo has again been dropped for the castle. This is the same sort of setup they used previously while defending the site, but we'll see if they have any changes they've made to adapt for how easily Liquid was able to just push in and take care of all of these upstairs defenders. This Valkan will be spotted out this time, preventing the C4 throw that, while not successful last time, could have proven disastrous. Sexy Cake, though, will get the first kill of the round onto M-King. That is the castle off the board. Nade gets dropped in, followed by another one, and that'll take the Bandit batteries off, but the tricking will come in from the Bandit, but he tricks the wrong wall and will just have to fall right off, as Liquid will now have the path they wanted to clear out this top floor. This will prompt Cyber and the Bandit of of Navi's to fall back significantly. Nesk still has his drone in position, so he knows exactly where this Jaeger is, and will be relaying that information to his team while getting ready to take the gunfight. 1 minute left in the round, as Paulo will get Navi's, who gets aggressive on I believe a run out, and will be taken down by a Claymore, furthering the man count advantage in Liquid's favor. Nesk will get a kill onto Cyber, followed by PSK and Paula, both getting kills of their own. And Liquid will tie up the half, as they now go to the side swap. Once again, Liquid's impressive roam clear just being unanswered by the side of Immortals on this tertiary bomb site. Once they have their ingress in, through a combination of good droning and excellent gunplay, the members of Liquid are just able to march in and get kill after kill, clearing out every offsite player and leaving the Anchors with an unenviable task of fielding an onslaught of attacking operators. Navi's will be the Nomad for his team, while Zig will swap onto the Qaid from the Echo. Intel sacrificed for the sake of the Qaid's utility, but the Finka from Immortals could prove interesting, as we could likely see Immortals using the Finka to get some very aggressive plays off. Liquid is going to be making their presence very known on the office's side, which is very similar to how Immortals was setting up, and it doesn't look like they're going to be investing nearly as much presence in CCTV as we see many other teams do. In fact, we have Zig in customs. It looks like he's going to be playing below CCTV. They probably have Valcam set up to provide information. And Cyber will start things off by aggressively working his way into tellers. He likely knows the positions of some of these downstairs players and wants to just gun them down before they're able to do anything. He has the drone providing him intel, and there's a kill on... No, he is unable to collect the shots. Navi still will be there to take down PSK. Zig will confirm the kill onto Cyber. And both teams will walk away a man down. That's a C4 off the table for Liquid, but the Finka boosts off the table for Immortals, as Cyber was just unable to connect the shots needed to take down PSK. Navis will now push up onto these east stairs. Likely going to be seeing some air jabs going out shortly to help cut off some of the defensive rotates. Nesk, though, is still in these customs area, while Bullet will track down Zig and finish him off. But he'll take a lot of damage in the process. Nesk's position has been compromised by a drone, so we're going to be seeing a pinch come out from Navis and Bullet. Nesk is just going to have to hope to land his shots here and get the reads on where these attackers are going to push him from. But he'll be gunned down by Paula, getting a nice shot onto Navis. And that leaves Bullet without the support he wanted to pinch out Nesk. Nesk proving as excellent bait for his Jaeger teammate. This is going to prompt Bullet to just pull away from his entire ingress. He is holding the angle in case there's a run out. 60k gets one. Nesk with a beautiful headshot onto Bullet leaves PX in a 1v3 situation. However, PX does have the site control he wanted. He's going to push in aggressively into Armory. There's only one player currently in Armory, but Nesk will come in time to just gun him down as he tries to fake out the plant. And that'll put Liquid back in the lead, 4-3, as they take the first defensive round. Cyber not connecting any shots, it looks like, with PSK in that engagement will be unfortunate, as that kill could have pivoted that entire round in Immortals' favor. Nevertheless, Liquid will take it off the backs of an impressive roam game that rebuffed the attackers in their attempted clear, despite all of the intel being on Immortals' side. However, Liquid will now have to go downstairs to this ventilation workshop defense. Bullet, able to sneak a drone onto the bomb site, will be able to provide a good amount of intel to his team on any defensive positions. It looks like Paula might be aware of there being a drone, but is unable to find it. He has moved on to the dock role. It's likely he'll be set up somewhere upstairs to contest some sort of long angles and back up his team as they hope to hold the top floor. Zig on the Valkyrie will be able to provide all sorts of information. And as the team captain in IGL, that is likely to... Oh, Navi's in a quick engagement, will not land any shots. PSK once again walking away from his life on a kill he probably should not have gotten. He is very low on health. Paula is the doc, so he could potentially heal him up, and it looks like he's going to be going beneath Paula. to ask for those heals. And indeed, that's his position, as PSK will get brought back up to full health as a result. Navi's just missing his shots and unable to land them on the Jaeger will cost Immortals a man very, very early on. Sexy Cake running the FMG9. He gets to show off his liquid branding, but has to run the FMG9 as a result. An intriguing decision on the side of Liquid, as they don't actually have shotguns that you would expect to make up for that. None of the other players are likely running shotguns, and indeed we've seen that at least 3 of them aren't, so unless Nesk is running the Mate 70, Liquid has decided to just forego any site setup with a shotgun. Bullet will get a kill onto Nesk, shutting down the Bandit and giving Immortals a fighting chance as they're now in a 4v4. Cyber will lay into the bathroom side wall, but he does not find any player in the engagement. Sexy Cake is getting pushed by the IQ of Bullet, I believe. He has barbed wire set up that'll alert him to any potential push into Fountain, and he has called in Paula to support him on the dock. Top floor control is still firmly in the hands of Liquid, as Immortals is trying to clear it out with less than a minute remaining on the board. Sexy Cake, just here to protect his teammate, will peek around aggressively and get gunned down for his troubles by Bullet, who gets the second kill of the round. He'll now push in and get his third onto Paula. And that's top floor control completely in the favor of Immortals. Zig will refrag one onto Cyber, putting things in a 3v2, but Immortals still has control. Zig, though, with a C4 will get PX, putting things in a 2v2. M-King and Bullet will have to try and pull this round back that looked so in their favor for such a long time. But only 20 seconds left to go. Zig has been isolated to the bathroom. PSK, getting an excellent flank, will take down Bullet, leaving everything up to M-King. He knows the position of Zig in the bathroom. He's going to push up aggressively. Unable to connect the shots, will now turn around and finally gun down Zig, but he's left all on his own, and PSK will be playing on the hatch and gun him down as he tries to rush to the bathroom. Liquid will take their next defense and go up 5-3 on border. The issue with the game audio is that there is the Brazilian casting going on right now, and that's going to overpower any game audio. The point where I can get you guys able to hear the game audio, the Brazilian casting would also be there, and then you'd hear 2 streams of vocals. It's the only reason why the game audio is not up. Sorry about that, man. And part of that is also I'm concerned that if I have the other stream, then I might lose track of what I'm saying, because I'm hearing another voice constantly going off at the same time. Yeah, I don't have access to a clean feed. If I did, then of course I'd put up the game audio for you guys, and I'm sorry I can't do that. Liquid will now have to go on to their third bomb site of Customs. Zig will be taking up Echo duty, and Nesk will be allowed to roam onto the Valkyrie. So a lot of intel available for the side of Liquid. Meanwhile, Immortals running the same lineup that we saw from them previously. They nearly had that last round, and they're going to want to take this because a tie would be completely detrimental to their hopes of being able to push into the playoffs, as they are still down 5 points from the teams in 4th place. This custom setup, as Sexy Cake has elected to now bring the shotgun that he found no need for on that previous defense, wanting to show off the liquid skin that Ubisoft provided, but Nesk with an aggressive peek onto Navi's will shut down Zofia. Navi's just having a rough time on the attack, and that has been unfortunate for Immortals, as they do rely on his ability to entry quite often. Still, we've seen Immortals come back from these man count deficits, Maybe not to win rounds, but to bring them within fighting chance for sure, and maybe this will be the time that they actually pull out the win. Cyber is going to be pushing in from this triple wall to get control of office side. They're likely wanting to clear from office side towards CCTV and clear out these roamers in armory. As once they have the top floor controlled, they can begin their execute onto the custom side. Bullets will fly out through the wall at common defensive positions, and Zig will actually concuss the sledge, so his position has been completely compromised to the defenders. M-King, meanwhile, has taken quite a bit of damage through an early engagement, likely with Paula, but Paula will be able to heal himself up, and he will do so. So that engagement will go in the favor of Liquid, at least thus far. Zig, just being a nuisance with the yokai, will consistently provide information and continue to stun out Cyber, who doesn't seem to know at all where this yokai is. Things are being heavily stalled as Paula will get a pick onto PX, followed by another one onto Bullet. That's 2 for the Doc. M-King will follow up with a kill onto Zig, shutting down the Echo. But Diffuser is also down somewhere else. Paula sees a player but is unable to land any shots onto Cyber, but he knows he has Diffuser down inside a CC. Cyber, though, will connect onto Nest, getting things into a 2v3, but M-King, extremely hurt, leaves Cyber as the only full health attacker as they have 30 seconds left to make an execute happen, and still no top floor control of CCTV, and Diffuser down at the door of CCTV. The sledge of Cyber will open up one side of the wall that the Doc is hiding behind. Does he know the position of the Doc? No, he does not, as Paula peeks out and gets his third kill of the round. And his fourth as he cleans up on M-King. Paula, going huge on the Doc, will give Liquid match point and guarantee themselves at least 1 point in this match. Immortals, unfortunately, will miss out on the chance to get 3 points total. The max they can hope for are 2 if they get a win and a draw. And that's going to hurt them quite heavily, as they are back 5 points right now. Once again, Immortals just struggling on this roam clear will cause Liquid to be able to walk all over them. An impressive dividing of their top floor controls on both the Armory side and the CCTV side, making it very hard for Immortals to get any ingress from any portion of the map. They could not push in through the offices safely, as Zig was stalling things out effectively with his yokai, and they couldn't push into Armory as there were 2 players playing within there, and CCTV had other players rotate in there and play as well. And a failure to clear out these top floors allows Liquid to get onto match point as they go back to Armory, having completed a clean rotation of the defensive set. Immortals has been unable to find an attacking round so far. Once again, we see Zig back onto the Kaid, a operator that he had some success with on those previous rounds. And we're seeing him come more and more into the meta with a very nice long-range black eye that it looks like Sexy Cake is gearing for an aggressive run-out with the FMG-9. The black eye will be taken out as Sexy Cake peeks out for a second, sees nothing, and runs back in. He has not been detected yet as he continues to do these aggressive run-outs, hoping to catch some attacker off guard, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to fall for it, and he will be droned out, but no, he doesn't know that the drone is there. However, lucky for him, he doesn't actually push up, but he will be gunned down by Cyber, who's watching from the roof for Sexy Cake's rotate. The smoke being taken out quite early on as he was extremely aggressive on this defensive hold. This is the first time Immortals has had the man advantage starting off on an attacking set, so let's see if they can take this any further. One player has been isolated inside a CCTV. I believe that is Paula on the Jaeger. He's being droned out and pushed by both Navis and PS. Navis is going to burn out the ADSs with a couple of flashbangs. And PX is going to burn out the ADSs. And Navis is just going to be holding the angle on where the Jaeger will have to rotate out of. Paula is not looking good, but Nesk will be there to help him out on the on the Valkyrie. And a flurry of kills coming out from Liquid as Paula and PSK will find kills of their own. Suddenly, it's all up to Cyber and Bullet in a 2v4. Quite a bit of damage has been dealt to the side of Liquid, so this is still salvageable. PSK in particular is extremely hurt, but Nesk, Zig, and Paula are all at least one bullet down in terms of damage. Bullet sees the head of one defender, but is unable to land any shots. He won't take any in return, but that'll keep the man advantage in Liquid's favor with only a minute to go. Nesk looks away from the ventilation windows right as a player decides to peek it. Unfortunate timing there for the Valkyrie. As Zig will just be here to stop any quick pushes in from the eastern or northern sides of the office. He'll spot out the IQ, but unable to connect. No, he connects one shot, bringing Bullet down to half health. He'll take another shot to the chest, and there goes Bullet. Zig just shutting down the IQ's push. Cyber will try and push in, but Paolo will be there to clean him up. Liquid take map number 1 on Border, which was also Immortals' map pick. So things are not looking good for Immortals, and things are looking great for Liquid. They are now guaranteed to get 1 point, putting them at 19 points, tying them in points with FaZe. FaZe does have the tiebreak over them, however. So they are going to remain in second place unless they can get a win or a draw on this next map, which will be Oregon. A map that both these teams have shown themselves to be very comfortable on. And it's honestly a map that is very much Latam's playground. They love to go to Oregon, and they love to bring out new stuff every time they do. Poor attacks, though, from the side of Immortals will take what was a 3v3 at the half into a 7-3 for Liquid. Unable to effectively deal with the roamers of Liquid or clear out any offsite presences and just get gunned pretty much before they could even get into sight. The Immortals never really had an opportunity to execute on the site at all, and we saw them struggle as a result. Navi's missing an uncharacteristic amount of shots also didn't help matter, as PSK was able to just walk away from fights that he really shouldn't have won. Yeah, we'll be getting into the next map shortly. I hope you're enjoying the cast so far. Again, this is my first time doing this thing live, so any feedback will be greatly appreciated. I know I have stumbled on my words quite a few times, and I know I repeat a lot of phrases, but I hope it's still an enjoyable experience nevertheless. And any critiques that you guys may have, I'd love to hear them, or any sort of feedback at all. This VOD will be going up onto my channel eventually, probably later tonight, possibly tomorrow at the latest. I might split it up afterwards, but I'll definitely put the full video onto my stream at the very least, onto my channel at the very least, and then maybe I'll split up the 2 matches as well. And I'll be trying to clear out a lot of the backlog of different BR6 games. If you guys have games that you want to see a cast of, feel free to message me about them. You can reach me on Reddit, which is where I'm sure most of you got here from, or just whisper me on Twitch or something, and I will take a look at those matches and try and put a cast on YouTube for them. And I'll hopefully be trying to get quite a few of these matches casted live myself. Looking at the schedule, I might miss a few in May, but other than that, I should be able to get most of these BR6 matches casted live. I will also have a better mic in a couple of days, so by the next BR6 match, I should have a better mic, so quality should also be improved as a result. And yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying, and I hope this is bringing more people to get to watch more competitive Siege at the highest level of play. For those of you just tuning in, we are going to be going into Oregon now. Liquid won the first map 7-3 against Immortals, putting them at a guaranteed 19 points in the standing, which will tie them with FaZe in first place. FaZe does have the tiebreaker, so they will technically be in second place. Immortals only has 8 points. The max they can hope to get now is 9, and that's going to leave them 4 points back of Black Dragons and NiP, who are in 4th and 5th place respectively, and top 4 goes to playoffs in BR6. Ban phase coming out now, as Immortals will once again elect to ban out the Ying. They do not want to deal with Liquid's fearsome Ying play. We've seen both Sexy Cake and Nesk have a lot of success on the Operator, so it's no real surprise there. Liquid will ban out Thatcher, likely to enable their Kaid or Mute strategies, which is going to force Immortals to have to ban one of those two Operators, as Liquid chooses to ban Echo out. That will leave Maestro and Mira both on the table, unless Immortals just decides to find some other way to deal with Electro Claws or Mute Jammers set up on that hatch, and indeed they will have to take that approach, as they will just ban out the Mira. Maestro, Kaid, and Mute are all on the table, and that Thatcher ban could prove very, very difficult for the attacking teams. Immortals has the benefit of being on the defense first, but their attacks weren't looking so stellar on Border, so it is a different map. There's not as much of an extensive clear required of Oregon. It is much easier to clear Oregon in comparison to Border, but nevertheless, it will become even more difficult on the attacking side because of that Thatcher ban, and as we can see, Kaid being brought out immediately by the side of Immortals. Sexy Cake will tease the Blitz, though, and swap to a Maverick, so the Kaid on the hatch could prove to not work, provided the Maverick is able to open it up, but it will be a much slower process. And in fact, they're going to actually Mute Jammer the hatch, as opposed to Electroclawing it. Now, they might choose to Electroclaw it later anyway, but for now, that is not going to be their approach. PX wisely deciding to shoot up the classroom wall so that no thermite charge can be placed on it and take out the hatch without requiring any removal of Mute Jammers or Electroclaws. And it looks like Bullet's actually going to be setting up a lot for a meeting hall control. They're going to set up quite a few Mute Jammers on meeting hall side, and we might see a significant investure of resources for Immortals on that meeting hall throne. We do have a lot of intel available thanks to the Valkyrie, whose cams will likely be set up near that meeting hall to support those players. And we have one player, it looks like, all the way up in Tier 3, but Nesk and Sexy Cake are just going to push in aggressively from the garage, trying to get control as fast as they can. And Sexy Cake is just in and guns down one player of Navi's. Nesk finds another kill onto PX, and Liquid just has side control. A patented Liquid Rush coming out at the very beginning. Zig will get a kill onto M-King, putting things into a 5v2. PSK will get one onto Bullet, and it's all up to Cyber. Paula's going to be looking to get one more kill to give each member of the team one kill as Plant goes down from Zig. Cyber doesn't really have much of an opportunity. He will gun down Nesk, but he'll be taken down by Paula. And yes, indeed, every player of Liquid will get one kill on an impressive first round rush to just hit the site. A very, very clean attack will set the tempo for this match from the side of Liquid, as Immortals caught unawares from how aggressive Liquid decided to push in, spearheaded by Sexy Cake and Nesk. Nesk proving that he may not have an ACOG, but he'll still land every shot with that Reflex Ash. Immortals is going to have to adjust on this next defense. They know Liquid is unlikely to go for as aggressive of a rush, but at the same time, they can't leave that avenue open again. But more importantly, they have to slow down Liquid's tempo. Because if Liquid is able to build off of that momentum and just push them back, especially after a dominant attacking half on border, Immortals is going to find getting even that 1 point to be extremely difficult. However, we do have a similar setup coming out from the side of Immortals. They do want to invest in Meeting Hall, and they're likely going to be using that Meeting Hall a bit more aggressively so that Liquid can't just run into the site the way they did before. But Liquid seems to have adjusted to go for an aggressive push from the opposite side. Shots will be fired down by Sexy Cake, causing one of the defenders to crouch down. I'm not exactly sure who's set up in that position. I believe that is Cyber, but not 100% sure. They know his position, though, and they're going to be forcing all of the defenders out of the kitchen area in just an early 30 seconds. Nesk will get the first kill onto Navi, who's just not been having a good match, as the rest of the attackers from Liquid will push in even more aggressively and further up into this Meeting Hall side. Paula likely to blow open the soft wall on Meeting Hall as the defenders have been completely cordoned into Meeting Hall and the site. All their kitchen presence and all the time they were hoping to stall out is no longer going to be there. PSK will be droning out the positions of two of Immortals' defenders, and that early pick by Nesk is going to spell difficulty for Immortals to pull this round back. Sexy Cake is going to start working onto the hatch, which has been electroclawed. We've seen players get a lot more effective at the mavericking of opening up hatches these days. As when he first came out, opening up a hatch, we saw a lot of players, even players like Fabian, really struggle to figure out the mechanics, and it would take some time as that blowtorch sometimes doesn't burn quite as quickly as you're thinking it's doing. But lately, we've been seeing players get better and better as they've used Maverick more, and things like the hatches, while not as fast of a removal as obviously Thermite or Hibana could do, they definitely go down fast enough, and it's not as much of a waste of time. The attack from Liquid has stalled out a bit, but they have more than enough control to really begin this ingress. We're going to have the Maverick of Sexy Cake posted up in the attic to cut down any potential rotates from these defenders that are completely cordoned into Meeting Hall, and there's a drone on their position that will constantly be giving away the information so that they can't actually push out when the execute is going down. Sexy Cake, deciding to get aggressive, is just going to jump into the tower to deal with the defenders set up in there. PX will finally get a very delayed trade onto Nesk, but things will be in a 4v4. Zig, however, has been brought very low on health, as Sexy Cake has also taken quite a bit of damage. He's going to be trying to deal with these two defenders set up here. M-King will land a shot onto Paula, but PSK will trade back onto Bullet. PSK will get another onto M-King and has actually downed PX, with Diffuser going down by Zig. Sexy Cake has completely rotated down into blue. Pings are being given out for Cyber, who will be able to land one kill. He'll go for the res on his teammate of PX, putting things in a 2v2. Both Sexy Cake and Zig are very low on health. Immortals could do this, especially as they get the down onto Sexy Cake, leaving Zig in a 1v2 situation. Cyber will take down Sexy Cake, and Zig is all left on his own up in the garage. We're going to see Cyber pushing in from the Meeting Hall. His position has likely been given away by the drone, but can Zig land the shots without dying himself? He is very low on health, as the defuse is going to be coming out now. Flashbang will give away his position. Cyber will peek out. An impressive retake from the side of Immortals will tie out the match 1-1. So what looked to be a round that was all in Liquid's favor eventually began to just stall out. And while not necessarily a ton of early gunfights were won by the hands of Immortals, more than enough damage had been dealt to the remaining players that the retake job left up to Cyber, and Cyber alone, became doable, as he was effectively in a 1v4, I believe, at the end there. He was able to get the 2 kills he needed, pick up PX, and then they were able to get 2 more kills. Cyber getting a 4K in that round. As a result, though, of winning the basement site, Immortals will now go up to Bedroom. M King will be running the dock this time, likely wanting to post up and hold some of those longer angles to contest the armory hallway, or even potentially go on some more of a roam and play in Tier 3 or Small Tower. We are once again seeing a good amount of off-site presence from Immortals as they have invested into this lower control of Kitchen, but as we saw from Liquid, Liquid was very adept at forcing the defenders out of Kitchen when they were attacking onto the basement site. And they're going to be going for the same sort of approach. Sexy Cake has swapped onto the Blackbeard, swapping off of the Maverick, allowing them to hold some more flank watch angles, which was a role he was playing fairly well on the Maverick, but hopefully expecting to get a bit more luck now onto the Blackbeard, playing the big window. But M-King will shut down Nesk early on. That is the Ash off of the board for Team Liquid, and setting the momentum for the first time in Immortals' favor from the get-go. The Doc taking a bit of a risky peek, as he may not realize that he's up against a Blackbeard on those big windows. Sexy Cake just checking for any Valk cams that may be placed outside, as we've seen a lot of Latin American teams do aggressive runouts on Oregon based off of intel from exterior Valk cams. Zig has pushed up into the square, but does he realize the player on the stairs? No, Cyber's going to be able to just rotate out. He's going to be getting aggressive and trying to shoot down Zig, but he doesn't know where Zig is, who has retreated into the armory. Cyber, though, does see him and guns down Zig. Does he see the player in armor? He does, who was just on his drone. PSK giving up his life as Cyber is allowed to get 2 kills in that engagement, leaving just Sexy Cake and Apollo in a 2v5. Navi's will get one out of Sexy Cake, putting Paula in a 1v4. He will have to ace Clud. He gets 2 kills, but he has next to no health as he has to go in for the rest of these kills. He's faced with the ACOG of a Doc. He'll spot out the arms, get a beautiful headshot into M-King. It's now a 1v2. He's got a minute to work with. What looked to be an unwinnable situation might actually spin in his favor. He does have access to the diffuser. He's going to push up. He sees one player, the Valkyrie, but is unable to connect the shots as Navis will collect 2 that round and not allow Immortals to give up a round that they should have won, and they did win. Navis, despite struggling on the first map, has finally started to find his footing. And perhaps that's what Immortals needs to take Oregon for themselves and get their 1 point. Liquid losing man advantage early on and then just throwing away lives to Cyber as no callouts were given, allowing PSK to just sit there on his drone. Had he been watching the armory side corridor, Cyber would have been cut down before any of that could have possibly happened. Navis and landing a nice shot onto Paula at the end there. Tower defense coming out from Immortals spells the best opportunity for Liquid to take this round and bring themselves back into a 2-2. Of course, Tower is a site that sees more play than Kitchen for obvious reasons, Kitchen being a very, very difficult site to hold, and attackers can very easily segregate that entire map and just push in and get a free plant off. Tower at least forces attackers into more difficult engagements and allows for a lot more aggressive play on the side of the defense, bringing this into a full-blown fragging contest. and hopefully taking this. And that's why you're going to be seeing Immortals bringing 3 ACOGs on Rook, Doc, and Maestro, just hoping to cut down the ingress of Liquid as they even try and push up into their tower side or wherever they choose to push from, as we have bullets set up in Meeting Hall to deny early pushes in through lobby. Cyber, the Jaeger, of course, playing up in Tier 3. He's going to be trying to hold on to this position for as long as possible, because as soon as Tier 3 is forfeited, it typically spells the end of the round. Both Zig and Bullet will exchange some bullets with one another, but Bullet, not only having the name advantage, but also the Doc advantage of being able to heal himself back up once he chooses to get off of this angle. Looks like he has called the Meister in to support him. ADS tricking likely coming out from Cyber, as he's now setting up his ADSs. Zig, at less than half health, is going to have to drone out the position of this Doc if they want to get the meeting well control. Cyber is getting pressured heavily on Tier 3, so it'll be a question of how long and how much damage can he do up in his position. As all 3 of his windows have finally been taken out, his ADSs are getting burned, stuns are coming out, all sorts of utility being thrown his way. He has been completely stunned out, as Nesk will just jump in and gun him down for free. Nesk gets Tier 3 control with no contest. We see some of the defenders peeking up to try and counter him. But nevertheless, Sexy Cake will punish PX for daring to look up to the sky. Nesk will try and do the same, lighting up M-King, but taking a lot of damage in return. Tier 3 control is firmly in the hands of Liquid, and they can now mount their ingresses. We see a player drop down. That's Paulo with the diffuser. Plant is going to be going down with CS Tier 3 control. One player tries to push in from the attic connector, but he's going to be gunned down by Sexy Cake. PSK, meanwhile, be getting the kill onto Bullet, leaving M-King in a 1v5. As he has to push his way all the way up top, he will get 1 kill onto PSK. That'll cut down the player holding his rotate up the stairs, but nevertheless, M-King is still in an unenviable position trying to push up to Tier 3. There's 2 players in Tier 3 as well as a player on Tier 2. This is mostly an unwinnable situation for the Maestro, as time is not on his side either. He's going to try and get another pick, and he will onto Paula, putting things in a 1v3. He still has to contend with Zig Cake and Nesk up in Tier 3, and Zig, who's actually watching for any potential rotate down below, and will be pushing up the bottom stairs now. It looks like M-King is aware of his position, but he's out of time to do anything, and anything else is just an impactless frag for the Meister, who'll just run out and save the op. Once again, Liquid with another explosive round. The attacking rounds, win or loss from them, have been mostly explosive. Their attack onto the top floor was not, and that's probably why it was the weakest attack we've seen from Liquid so far. But the explosive entrance on the Tier 3 with excellent use of utility and coordination there with Nesk to just burn out every ADS, flash the Jaeger, and get Nesk a free kill as he vaults right in and guns him down. This enabled Sexy Cake to come join him, and the 2 of them were able to lock down every angle that the others would try to push in from. It looks like a tactical timeout has been called, allowing Liquid and Immortals time to regroup and reassess. I do not believe Immortals' coach is on stage, if they even have one. I'm not actually sure if Immortals does have a coach, but Liquid will be able to take this time to speak with their coaches and analyze their coach and figure out exactly what their approach is going to be to pull this attacking half in their favor, because they're supposedly feeling mighty confident on the defense, considering how rough a time Immortals had on Border. Still, with a team like Immortals, you can't count them out based on previous map performances, because they've had a history of being successful either way. We'll now get back into the action as Immortals is able to go back downstairs. We'll see a lineup change-up coming out as Sexy Cake, once again showing off his flexibility as a player, will be on the Monty now. And instead he'll choose to 6-pick that to the Maverick. Nesk, though, dropping the Ash for the Sledge. The frag grenades and potential soft destruction can prove quite detrimental to Immortals, depending on how they have set up their roam, as we've seen Immortals really just have a strong offside presence every round, but they've not really accomplished much with it outside of their one win on top floor. Even the other win that they got on basement wasn't really due to their roaming. In fact, if anything, the roam wasn't too successful, but Cyber on the retake just went huge. We are going to be seeing the meeting hall setup come out once again from Immortals. They're not going to be changing up their strat for this defensive set too much. It's likely they don't necessarily have a ton of other pocket strats, or they just don't want to show them right now. As keep in mind, there are still quite a few matches that are quite important for Immortals left to clinch their spot to Milan in addition. Milan, of course, also clinching their spot to the 6th major in North America, so it's probably where the full investment for Immortals is. Liquid, on the other hand, isn't as much in the land running. They could still make it, provided FaZe or Immortals really slips up, but that's unlikely, as Nip would also have to falter for Liquid to have any chance of making it to Milan. Cyber, though, is going to be playing aggressively in the tower, giving himself a plethora of holes to just peek through and shut down players pushing through the attic. But it doesn't quite look like Liquid has any intention of contesting his tower control, as they're going to just pushing in from the kitchen and lobby sides to gain the meeting control they want before attacking the hatch and just going for a front push. Nesk playing a very, very tight angle downstairs through the stairs, thanks to the hole that he opened up as Sledge. Or sorry, upstairs through the stairs. However, Nesk will get the call to rotate out into bathroom, as they're going to want some help in clearing out these roamers in meeting. Holes are going to be opened up for the Maverick, but Bullet will land the shot on Nesk, who was just peeking that, trying to do the same thing himself. An excellent shot from the Mute will shut down the strategy that Liquid was employing. Bullet will take some damage in the encounter, but not enough to make up for the damage that Nesk, being removed, has dealt to Liquid. The Maverick now using the rest of his utility to open up this hatch, as the mute tricking will prevent it from being opened by a simple thermite. There is actually no Kaid on the board, as we saw Immortals run previously. C4 thrown out to try and deal with the Mav the moment he opens up the hatch. Will not connect with anything, but Liquid only has 45 seconds left, and they don't have a lot of map presence at all. The meeting hall roamers are still in place. They do have drones set up to try and spot out their positions, so they do know of any potential flanks, but they also have to contest with everyone on site. And without the spearhead of their entry frag, it's going to come down to Sexy Cake and Paula really having to step up and get those kills. Smokes are going to be coming out from both sides, and Plant is actually going down. It doesn't seem to have been alerted. In fact, the smokes are all going in the wrong spot, so Zig will be able to get the plant off for free. C4 will also miss, allowing Zig to just rotate off. He will take me down to half health thanks to the Maestro cam, but we're now in a post-plant situation. Liquid has taken a little bit of damage on their side, and the Maestro will be taken off by Paula, putting things in a 4v4, as the PSK will follow up with another kill onto PX, taking down the smoke. What looked to be a lost round for Liquid is now looking in their favor. Cyber will push up into Classroom and take down PSK from meeting hall control. Counter Diffuse is going down as Cyber lands another shot. Sexy Cake will gun him down, but Navi's will refrag onto Sexy Cake. Paula's all the way off, and Diffuser will be disabled, giving Immortals the round on an impressive retake of the site. Cyber once again showing up big time for his team. And Navis has finally managed to claw his way out of the slump he experienced on the first map. Just an impressive performance from both those players on Oregon, and that's why Immortals are in the lead. Liquid getting their meeting hall clear shut down early on after the death of Nesk just ultimately was the death of them on the round, even though they were able to get in a successful plan. Not having meeting hall cleared at all allowed for Cyber to just rotate through it and get 2 picks and bring that post-plant situation firmly in their favor, as Paula was far too off-site from the post-plant to deny the defuse. Or disable, sorry. Liquid, however, they still have a chance to tie up this defensive half, and that's the story that we saw play out on Border. The two teams being neck and neck while Immortals got to defend, and then Immortals falling apart on their attack. They're going to have to show a different side of themselves when the side swap happens, and they showed on Border, if they do want to take this win, which I'm sure Immortals is hungry to get. Top floor defense, though, has been something that Liquid completely struggled to attack. It was their weakest attack by far out of all of the rounds, and they're going to have to change up their strategy if they want to actually win the top floor attack this time. Sexy Cake on the Buck, though, might be what they need, as now he can contest a lot of those top floor anchors just from getting down below, provided they're able to clear out Kitchen and Meeting, which they were actually fairly successful in doing the previous time they had to attack Kitchen and Meeting, but they haven't actually had to attack Kitchen and Meeting when it's a top floor hold. We have Navi's playing inside a Kitchen and Meeting himself. He'll take a little bit of damage, as one errant bullet will bring him down to about 70 health. He's got Bullet also here to support him, and Navi's will get the kill onto Paula before Zig trades him out, and Zig lands a couple more shots onto Bullet, bringing him down to about half health, but it's still going to be a 4v4, as Zig himself has been tagged up slightly, and he's now going to start opening up this bathroom wall. PX has worked his way aggressively down White Stairs, and it looks like he just wants to fight the bathroom. He's got Cyber as well to support him. They want to shut down Zig in his tracks and deny this bottom floor control. Zig, though, is going to be able to drone out the position of the mute, but does he know about PX at the bottom of White Stairs? Zig's going to be relaying this information into his team, hoping that someone can use it to their advantage and get the pick. As he gives the call out, he's pointing out exactly where the mute is to his teammates. It's likely we're going to see someone push in, but Cyber will get a kill onto Sexy Cake, putting things now into a 3v4 for Team Liquid. Nesk, however, has worked his way to Meeting Hall. He sees one player, but is unable to land the shot as Cyber guns him down before Nesk can adjust his aim. Cyber just having an excellent day. Zig says, fine, I'll do it myself, and takes out the mute, but PX will down him. And that's going to be Diffuser on the ground. PX knows he's going to be getting pushed from another player. He's going to have the shotgun ready. He sees the player, and he manages to gun him down. That's both players wiped out by PX. And another round in Immortals' favor as they'll end the half 4-2. A much stronger showing from Immortals on on Oregon compared to Border. However, they're still going to have to show that their attacks are better than what they demonstrated on Border if they want to have a hope of winning this map and getting 1 point. A very different lineup coming out from the side of Immortals, as they'll be bringing the Glaz and the Monty, and the Twitch, two operators we did not see Liquid run once. They're going to focus on a very execute-heavy lineup, dropping the Thermite or the Hibana for this attack. All the hard breach is going to be in the form of PX on the Maverick. So they'll likely want to be just opening up this hatch. There's not a whole lot else you can do without having extra hard breachers available. And it looks like Liquid, having read this, will just feel more comfortable to reinforce Meeting to a significant extent. They have now used up 6 reinforces on Meeting, which could prove to make that hold extremely effective, as Immortals does not have a Thermite or a Hibana to help them ingress onto Meeting's side. Cyber having one hell of a game with 10 kills already. Things much more spread out on the side of Liquid, with no player really shooting ahead of the pack. Navi's looks to be entering in from the Armory side to begin with, as they're going to be going for a bit of a top-down clear. Zig playing aggressively at the top of the stairs on the Pulse, hoping to catch some players unawares. He's likely later going to rotate down and feed information to these Meeting Hall players from down below, thanks to the benefit of that Pulse cardiac sensor. Cyber opening up the bathroom will allow for their ingress through Kitchen to try and contest Meeting, but the wall from Kitchen has been reinforced. Monty has worked his way up, so he'll be able to provide a lot of intel to his teammates. Sexy Cake opening up a lot of the top and taking Navi's down quite a bit from an extremely long angle from the tower side. That's going to prompt Navi's to go all the way downstairs, as he doesn't want to contest this any further. Navi's, though, is going to start pushing back up as he doesn't think that the Jaeger is going to be playing those windows anymore, and he is correct. 60 Kick has pulled off of those windows. Navi's just hoping for a potential retake so he can gun down his opponent. Half the round left to go, and neither team has really ingressed too much on the other. The Monty, though, has worked his way down towards the site, and Zig unable to do anything against that giant shield. The Maverick will be working on the hatch, and Zig did spot him out with the heartbeat, so he will be able to relay that information to his teammates. Monty just proving to be a nuisance for Zig as he continues to get more and more control of the site. Cyber will get the first kill onto Nesk, followed by Bullet onto Paula, giving Immortals a man count lead. But both Cyber and Navi are extremely hurt, and M-King, too, has taken a decent chunk of damage for the Monty. Sexy Cake on the side of Liquid is down to less than half of his health, and he's going to have to try and push up. He does not get the kill onto Bullet. Zig tagging up the Monty even further, but to no avail. He's going to check out a C4. It will connect, actually, onto Cyber. That's the glass off the board. Those smokes will no longer have someone to view straight through them. And in fact, they now work in the favor of the defense as PSK is able to just provide intel through them on his Evil Eye. Monty's going to push up aggressively to force Zig out of position, prompting all of those attack defenders to have to rotate around. Zig, though, will get an excellent shot onto the Twitch, followed up by another one onto the player planning diffuser, and another onto the Monty. Zig with 4 downs, and PSK will get the final kill. Zig with an impressive 4K to clutch out that round and give Liquid a win they never should have gotten. Excellent play from the captain of Liquid. Immortals had a very good clear. They wiped out all of the roamers. They kept all of their players intact as they did so, and they started to push in. Monty gave them so much control, but ultimately Zig just danced around them, and they could never shut down the pulse, and he shut them all down instead. Zig throwing out a nitro cell that should never have connected. It was a lot of mistakes on the part of Immortals, getting a bit too aggressive. The player sticking the plant for some reason, not getting off to shut down Zig either. And Zig cleaned up. Nothing more to say about that round, really. Immortals just getting a bit too greedy, I think, in the final execute there. This will give Liquid the advantage to now go upstairs and tie up this game. Zig, top fragging. Not a common sight for Liquid, but proving to everyone out there that in addition to being an excellent support for his team and a good captain, he can show up when needed and clutch out the rounds. We're going to have Nesk playing inside a small office. It looks like he's going for a spawn peek. He will not find anything as he is actually droned out. He doesn't see that one drone. He does see the other drone, but elects not to chase it. But his position has been completely compromised, so they know he's going to be playing downstairs in the kitchen. So when they go for their kitchen clear, they will be very well aware of that fact. Paula bringing the kite this time, who we've seen a lot more use, I think, in LATAM than most of the other regions, and it's been very fascinating to see how they put him to work. And I also think they've probably had more success than we've seen a lot of regions who have tried to shoehorn them into their older strategies, and it hasn't quite worked out the way they want. Black Dragons, in particular, just extremely impressive with their Khalid play in the match against Pain. Nesk on his fun roll of the Valkyries, hoping to get a few more kills, make sure that Zig doesn't have to do all the work again as he plays within kitchen. The Monty's presence is known to PSK, but he can't aggress on him because of the player on the window. Monty will just confirm that PSK is still playing that spot, and he could potentially give his life away. No, well, he could actually with a wallbang, but Sexy K doesn't even need a wallbang as he lands a beautiful shot into Navi's. M-King will get PSK, but Bullet will be taking himself out of the match with a nade, and M-King down to just about 30 health puts Immortals in a 3v4 situation. We've seen them come back from these sort of situations, but not yet on the attack, where they've really struggled in this matchup. Sexy Cake's position is completely compromised, as shots will rain out from above and below, as he's just trying to hopefully get a couple more picks. He knows the position of the Thermite pushing him, and the Monty just not something he has to worry about, as he'll actually knife him. Sexy Cake getting 2 more kills. That's 3 for the Legion, who's just been allowed to live inside of Armory and put Cyber into a 1v4 situation. This is another round that is likely all in the favor of Immortals. Cyber will get a kill onto Nesk, shutting down the Valk's roam before she can do anything, but with only 30 seconds left and having to contest with all of the anchors, there's not much he can do, and nerves will get the better of him as he misses the smoke grenade throw. This round, is about over for Liquid, as things are likely to be tied up, or for Immortals, as things are likely to be tied up at a 4-4 scoreline. Cyber has been brought down to quite low health after his engagement from Nesk as well. He's got a lot of holes that he has to worry about. He doesn't check them properly enough, and Sexy Cake will get another kill. And the Legion just cleaning up inside of the Armory. A near ace, but Bullet said no to that as he blew himself up. Sexy Cake just being allowed to live inside of the Armory ultimately was what spelled the downfall for Immortals, as they've struggled on all of these attacks at actually clearing out roam presences. We've seen it time and time again as they try and push in, they just can't clear out the roamers. And then unfortunately the one round they do clear out the roamers successfully, they completely fell apart on their execute, allowing Zig to clutch things up. A Frost coming out from the side of Liquid could prove interesting for this tier 3 hold. Frost is an operator that we don't see a lot of because her utility typically isn't too great. She is an operator who can be shut down quite quickly by effective droning, as knowing where those Frost mats are means that you're a little bit unlikely to end up in them. However, where Frost can excel is on forced vaults and forced entries or last second rushes, because the player, even if they're aware of the Frost mat, they can't shoot the Frost mat as well as hold the angle on whoever's aggressing on them at the same time. They have to pick one, and in Siege, looking away from your opponent for a second generally means certain death. And indeed, that's what Sexy Cake is going to be setting up for on these Frost mats, preventing in last-second fault. Paula, with a very aggressive run-out, will not find anything, but he does get to escape with his life. We actually saw quite a bit of Frost play in the APAC finals, as Norengo was on the receiving end on border against Fnatic's excellent Frost play. They got a Frost mat capture every round, so perhaps Liquid watched that match and decided they didn't want to be one-upped either. And of course, Frost does have a gun that, while slow firing, is essentially an AR. It hits hard, and it drops people down with an impressive TTK. Paula has taken a bit of damage. He'll be able to heal himself back up to full, but that is one stim pistol off the board. No damage done to the side of Immortals, but he'll land one shot on the Cyber through the barricade. I'm not even sure if he was aware of that shot going through, but Cyber was so close to losing his head on a pre-fire from Paula. However, the ingress has come out from the side of Immortals, with the Monty and the Glass having worked their way completely into the site. Both the Monty and the Glass have taken quite a bit of damage, but Bullet will get the first kill, followed by Navi's onto PSK. Zig will try and push up and replicate the magic from before, but can he do it? He will get it down onto the Glass. That's a good pickup. Nesk will finish off the Glass, but Zig will be taken down by M-King. Plant still hasn't gone down, so this is a situation that Liquid could recover despite being in a 2v4. All the smokes have been used up from the side of Immortals. Plant is going down now finally. It's given away to the Frost, who manages to land one shot onto the Monty, forcing the planter off. Nesk will down out another player, putting him into a 1v2. We have seen the Clutch God pull it off before, and he will see the planter. And he's now in a 1v1. And he sees the final player, Nesk, with 3 kills to finish out the round. And Liquid will win their tower defense. Great showing from Liquid to clutch out these rounds that they really shouldn't be getting. And that's why they're now 4-3, or sorry, 5-4 to Immortals. Immortals have not been able to get a successful attacking round in on any match so far. Zig here managing to get the down onto the glass, proving instrumental in Nesk being able to finish things off with a C4, shutting down the spearhead of the push. Sexy Cake then getting to push up, do a lot of damage to two players, and kill one before Nesk finishes off the job with an impressive 3k to end the round. This will allow Liquid to go back down to their basement hold, where we saw Zig prove so instrumental on the pulse in just staving off what looked to be a near certain round loss. The players of Liquid have really come alive, while Cyber's momentum has definitely been halted now on the attack. He will swap onto the Nomad, try and cut down some of the flank potential available to Liquid. Nesk, on the mute this time, will be playing aggressively upstairs. Mute isn't necessarily a role we see Nesk on frequently, to my knowledge, but he's definitely familiar with those guns, having used a lot of smoke back in the day. An extreme top floor presence from Liquid will prove to be an interesting challenge for Immortals, whether they contest it or just start to push into the site feeling that they don't need to. Sexy Cake is in meeting now, so he will be trying to contest some of this lobby play, but his cameras have been taken out pretty heavily. Zig is able to relay out information. He's actually above a soft floor. He's waiting to see if this player stops before going for shots, and unable to connect any onto the player down below. Unfortunate that the bar has just managed to save that one player, and Zig's position will be completely compromised. I believe we see Cyber on the Nomad just holding an angle up top to prevent the players of Liquid from leaving freely. Zig is able to relay out a lot of information, but it looks like site control is completely in Immortals' favor as they decided to just hit the site. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I do believe, and indeed Plant is going down from Bullet. Liquid seems to be completely unaware. Plant just gets to go down. PSK will be gone. That was the sole anchor taken care of, and now it's a 5v4 retake situation. Make that a 5v3. Liquid just far too off-site to do anything, as Immortals correctly read to just go straight to the site and ignore the top four players. Navi's will get a free kill onto Sexy Cake, and Cyber will follow up with onto one onto Nesk. Paula will try and res himself, but he'll be taken down by Cyber, who gets 3 kills, I believe, in that round, and that's a flawless lockout from Immortals in their first attacking win today. They're going to be feeling good about that, because they needed that to regain their morale and to have a chance of actually getting a point, as they do need to win out this map if they want to get 1 point. We're going to be having to go to all 12 rounds on this map as opposed to the previous one. So it comes down, so whichever team is able to walk away with the win here is the team that will force at least a draw. This is going to be the most pivotal round, and thus Liquid is electing to go upstairs instead of down below. Their unorthodox approach to holding the site not paying off one bit on the previous round. Paula getting onto the Kaid to bring him back in, and Zig on the Rook means that Liquid is going to have 3 ACOGs available to them this time around. Nesk onto the Smoke that we've seen him so comfortable on in so many matches. Sexy Cake, with 9 kills, has definitely started to show up in these later rounds. But will it be enough to get Liquid the win after they barely stole back quite a few rounds from Immortals? Should Immortals tighten up and clean up those sloppy attacks, they could very easily win this here. However, Sexy Cake, once again playing inside of the armory. They were unable to get rid of him last time. will they prove any better at it this time? He hears the breakings going down on the window, which he has an angle set up on, but they are well aware of that, and they're not going to throw their life away as freely. The swap from Cyber onto Nomad instead of Glass is definitely seeming to be paying off for Immortals on these attacking rounds now, as while the Glass did definitely get some picks, he would typically die before the spearheading of the execution was completed. And as a result, the smokes started to kind of play against Immortals. PX watching to make sure that no one gets too aggressive, and a Maestro Cam somewhere in bedroom will bring M King's health down a little bit. I'm not sure if the Maestro Cam was shot out yet or not. He will give the information that a player retreated through attic to the rest of his team, as this Monty is going to be around to just provide constant intel to his teammates, and Sexy Cake is actually going to be downed and finished off by Navi's. A very huge pick for Liquid, but Paula will shut down Navi's, keeping things in a 4v4. PSK has been brought down very low on health, but losing Sexy Cake is not a position that Liquid wants to be in, considering how instrumental he's been at winning this site previously. Nevertheless, PSK is still going to be playing from the tower, holding these long angles. He spots out the Monty. He knows that there's going to be a player likely playing behind him. He's going to shoot open even more long angles for him to contest on the Maestro and try and cut down this push that they know exactly where it's coming from. 1 minute left in the round. So Immortals is going to have to start gearing up for what their execute is going to look like if they don't want to find themselves running up against the clock. Nesk has used up one of his smoke grenades, and Zig is just aggressively playing down below, and he manages to kill Cyber. He will get down for his troubles and finished off by PX, but that's the Nomad off the board. PSK, however, has been down, so it's a 2v3 for Immortals. Equal number of guns, though, as the Monty will not be able to work any bullets and will just have to prove as a tremendous distraction for the defenders. It's going to be up to Paula and Nesk to try and pull this back, and Paula will get one kill, taking out Bullet. It's all up to PX and the Monty to try and win this. M King, though, will be shut down by Nesk, and Paula will land a shot from across onto PX right as he kills Nesk, and that is match point on the side of Liquid. They have guaranteed themselves 2 points from this matchup. Meanwhile, Immortals, I believe they don't get any points regardless of how this last round goes. They're still likely looking to win out this round as they don't want to let Liquid get too far ahead of them. But I might be incorrect, but I believe in the BR6 format, I don't think Immortals can get any more points because they lost the first map as well. Liquid, though, wants to get all 3 points to increase their lead over FaZe. It's now going to be a 1-point lead. They're going to want to make that a 2-point lead and take that first spot and make it firmly theirs in the BR6 standings on this final defensive round as they return to the basement. One shutdown, one impressive save by Zig means that this site could go either way, as Immortals has definitely shown they know how to attack it. However, they have gotten rid of the Maverick that was so influential on these attacks. They have brought the Thermite instead, and it doesn't look like Liquid is actually going to be running any sort of mute or Kaid to deny the Thermite opening the hatch, so it may not prove to be much of a difference maker for the side of Immortals. An aggressive run out for Zig as he just tries to go for a spawn peek, does not find anyone, but he will also escape from his life and scare Immortals, as they now have to be wary of that angle and hope there isn't another run out that ruins their day. Liquid trying to make sure that they maintain the momentum and control the pace of this round and the match as a whole. Zig has the intel but is unable to land any shot as the player wisely evacuates. Sexy Cake will be brought down a little bit. M King's position has been completely compromised, so the defenders do know where the Monty is, and they're very likely to have read into what sort of push he's going to be doing. The Doc of Paula will fire off some shots into the shield, and so his position will also be given away, as the Monty will try and use that to support his teammates. Monty's going to force his way all the way down into sight, forcing Zig to try and have to deal with him. Navi's will get the first pick of the round onto Nesk, putting Immortals once again with a man advantage, which we've seen them have a number of these attacking rounds, but it's a question of can they actually make it work in their favor this time. Zig, though, will be gunned down by M-King, so he will not be around to save this round like he did before. Sexy Cake will fire out some bullets, throw out an impact onto the player that he hurt, and Navis is actually down. Another impact flies out, and PSK will take down Navis, but Bullet takes down Paula in the process, leaving just Sexy Cake and PSK in a 2v4 situation to try and save this round. Sexy Cake is going to go for a full rotate, but he could be running into air jabs as he tries to do this. And PSK, still on his cameras, will be shut down. Sexy Cake all on his own in a 1v4 to try and get the points, and he will not be able to. Immortals will tie up the round, and Liquid will be held at 2 points, as Oregon will not be a decisive end for either team. Immortals slowly but surely refining their attacks in the later half, but a bit too little too late, as they'll only be able to walk away with a draw, but proving that while they may not be reflected in the standings, they are very much still one of the 4 powerhouses in LATAM right now, and that their performance in Pro League is just further proof of that fact. Both teams very well familiar with each other at this point, and congratulations and the like roll out. So, that's my first live cast. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, like I said multiple times throughout the stream, if you guys have any feedback for me, critiques, advice, anything at all, I would love to hear them. Your positive feedback in the chat that I saw, as well as the follows and the like, I do greatly appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And I hope you enjoyed. I want to make, more competitive Siege available to everyone, regardless of language issues and the like. So I really do hope that this is something that people enjoyed. I'll try and do the rest of the BR6 matches live. If you guys have former BR6 matches that you want me to put casts of on my YouTube channel, I can do that as well. Just message me and I'll hopefully try and get to those. I'm going to try and work through a bit of the backlog. I haven't decided which matches I'm going to do right now, but I'll probably be working with the most recent, because those are the ones that are going to be the most interesting to people, because the meta will be the most familiar to them, especially since the first half of BR6 was on the old format, so they were first to 5 for match point, as opposed to first to 6 for match point. So there's a lot of changes, obviously, that have happened, and I think you guys are going to be just more interested in the more recent games. So I'll try and get casts up of the previous 2 games that occurred between Nip in Red Devils and INTZ and FaZe. I will likely be redoing a cast I did myself with the first map of Nip and Red Devils, so just a heads up, I do know what's going into that match going in, because I casted it already, but I wasn't happy with that cast, so for your guys' sake, I will recast that. I have not watched FaZe or INTZ, so that'll be an experience. But other than that, any matches you guys want me to cast, I will gladly do them, and yeah, I'll post them onto my channel. It's in the links down below on my page, and I'll try and do more of the BR6 streams. I should be able to do most of them. I might miss a few in May, because I'm likely to be traveling at that time, but I'll try and get the rest of them for you guys. I'll have a better mic in a few days, so quality will also be improved. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the support a lot, and as always, just give me feedback. You can reach me here on Twitch Whispers. You can message me on Reddit. Yeah, anything works. But thanks. I hope you enjoyed. Adios.